Commissioners for Johnson County, Kansas. Thank you for coming to today's business meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. At this time, we're going to have the clerk call the roll of the commissioners.
Commissioner Fast.
Aye.
Commissioner Myers.
Myers, aye.
Commissioner Brewer.
Brewer here.
Commissioner Hanslick.
Hanslick here.
Commissioner Ashcraft.
Here.
Commissioner Allenbrand.
Allenbrand, aye.
Chairman Kelly.
Aye, all are present, and therefore we have a quorum and duly constituted meeting. Would those who are so able join me by standing for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you for everybody for being here today or for watching online. If you're here in person, could you join me in checking your cell phone or any other noise-making device that you may have brought with you and ensuring that it's turned to silent or turned off? We really appreciate your cooperation. We're going to start today with the public comment portion of the agenda. It's an opportunity for folks who would like to speak on items that are not on today's agenda and are of county business to do so. We do ask that if you want to speak on an action item, we have a process where you register with that particular action item. So if you want to speak on an action item, we ask that you register with that action item. And if you happen to speak on an action item that's on today's agenda during this general public comment session, we're going to ask you to refrain during this general public comment session. When your name is called, we ask you to come to the dais, state your name, let us know what part of the community in Johnson County in which you reside. The comments are limited to 2 minutes. If you happen to go beyond that 2-minute time period, we'll give you a warning and let you wrap up or conclude your comments. We do ask that members of the public refrain from remarks that are personally offensive, impertinent, profane, or slanderous. Any commentary that would insult or demean any person or groups of persons. If we happen to stray into that kind of public comment, we're going to ask that you refrain at this time. If it continues, we're going to ask that you step aside from the dais. We do allow virtual public commenters, though I don't believe any have registered with us today, so therefore we're going to call on the in-person public commenters in the order that they registered. That starts with Mr. Brian Perkins.
Good morning. Brian Perkins here. I reside in Olathe, Kansas, and I am homeless. Monday, I was walking to work, and a few of you know this person. I saw Joanne, and I was going to take the bus, but I was like, let me catch up with her for a quick few minutes. And we're walking, and she says to me, "I'm so burnt out." And I didn't know what to say. Like, what do you say in times like that? There's a high 60s, low 70s woman. She's elderly, and what am I supposed to say? And I sat there, and I'm thinking to myself, I can't just leave this woman hanging. Like, she's obviously trusted me to share this with me. So I just said, Joanne, I hope this is the year. I hope this is the year that affordable housing, something is done, a step. Whether it's big, small, or indifferent, it's something is taken. And that is beyond real for many people other than Joanne. There's people that I see on a daily basis on the bus that I have conversations with. There's people that I'll meet walking down Santa Fe, and the look of people being depleted and losing their hope and faith it's huge. It's a large number, and it's continuing to grow. So we're getting out of frostbite, we're getting out of freezing temps, but now we're going into heat. We're going into continued dehydration. Now we're going into sun poisoning. I mean, the point is, it's always going to be something. There's always going to be something there until we start doing something. You have a lot at your fingertips, and I feel like you guys know that. It's a hand-in-hand movement that I would love to be a part of. Let's gotta start somewhere, guys. Like, it's not going to go away. So let's join hand in hand. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next is Ben Hobart.
Ben Hobart, Westwood Hills. My comments today relate to the budget and the property tax increases. Property tax increase this year on average, assessed valuation is 6.12%. That's found on page A4 of the budget. The flat mill rate, once finalized in October, is projected to be 24.125 mils. So no tax reduction. Consumption of the entire increase of unrealized gains of taxpayers, citizens who are crying out for some sort of relief. No mill rate reduction. I don't see any by Johnson County Parks and Rec, or the library, or the schools either. So if you look at 10 years, according to the budget, on page F3, there's been a 7.08% yearly compounded increase in assessed valuation, or a 98.19% increase, basically, in the tax burden of citizens over that 10-year period. What's the cumulative CPI over that 10-year period? It's only 57%. Let that sink in. Now you say, oh, well, population grew. Population grew by 10.1% in that decade. It basically grows by 1% a year. So when they say, well, we need all this for growth, we're not having huge growth in Johnson County. It's basically 6,000 people a year. And I thought growth was good, that you spread the costs over a greater tax base, but that's not what's happening. Why? Commercial property gets 10-year abatements all the time. And so you shift more and more of the burden on resident citizens. There has to be some restraint on spending. I have seen none since I've been coming here the last 4 years. Thank you for receiving my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Hobart. Next is Lisa Hupp.
Good morning. My name's Lisa Huppy. I'm at 17535 Edgerton Road. I emailed each and every one of you commissioners and didn't receive a response, so felt the need to come here today. On March 18th, there was a KDOT traffic study on Edgerton Road and 56 Highway. That was a 24-hour study to determine the type of traffic that was on Edgerton Road. And that particular day, coincidentally, there was a county project. They were doing road work on 167th and Sunflower Road. There were more trucks that we have seen in 33 years that we live there. I live on the corner, so I have a front row seat to what the traffic is there. We had more dump trucks, rock trucks, water trucks, trucks hauling graders up and down the road that entire day of the 24-hour study. So I want to request that that study be thrown out because it is irrelevant. They said that they would, we did get message, one of my neighbors got a word from Jay that they were going to take those county truck counts out. I'm not sure that's sufficient or a valid answer. I really don't think that study should be considered at all for that. And so I appreciate your time, and I'm glad that Jay got back with one of our neighbors, but none of you responded, so thank you.
And thank you. Next is Jeff Harkness.
Chairman, Commissioners, Jeff Harkness, Kansas, Johnson County, Overland Park, and the Shawnee Mission area. Today is Attorney General Kobach's 60th birthday. For decades, we have subsidized the world with its local control, customs, traditions, identity, and it's caused us a lot of problems here domestically and throughout the world. It's caused a lot of problems. Now it's opened our borders, created a bunch of chaos around the world, and America's become the welfare state of the union. My thoughts would be what we should do is consider eliminating the kings around the world. So this group this weekend saying no kings, we need to make that more global, and that would save a lot of money and give that to the indigenous people. This weekend we have a summit for HOAs. Now, something people don't know is 25% of the homes are owned by single women. I've lived in 2 neighborhoods my entire life, and these sewing circles came to a head for me in March of 2020, and now again in 26 here in March. I think what we need to do is realize, and I realize you girls have your problems, but I think you are organized and very diabolical. Oh, my God. And I think what we need to do is just take this into consideration this weekend. Now, I've had a hard time finding lawyers, probably just like everybody else out here in this local control environment. So my thoughts to clear up anything would be to connect the dots between me, the county, and Will Vader. I think that would be a good thing. I am 100% Protestant, three-quarters UK-ish, and 1/4 German, and 100% American. So go US, England, Scotland, Ireland, for here in the World Cup. Happy birthday, Attorney General Kobach.
All right, thank you, Mr. Harkness. I believe that's all the general commenters that we have registered today. At this time, I have a few notes for the record, and thank you all for your patience with these. I want to let you know that I will be signing the following. First is a partial release of easement for Johnson County wastewater due to the removal of easement sanitary sewer line in the vicinity of West 175th Street and Long Street in Overland Park. Next, I'll be signing Administrative Resolution Number WD 26-010, enlarging the privately financed sewer district and providing for the assessments of all applicable fees, charges, and levies of the Consolidated Main Sewer District in the vicinity of 137th Street and Mission Road. Next, I'll be signing an agreement with the cities of Gardner, Lenexa, Olathe, and Roland Park for stormwater management program projects. Also, I'll be signing an agreement with the City of Mission and the City of Olathe to provide additional circulator route transit service during the FIFA World Cup 26 matches hosted in Kansas City. And finally, I'll be signing a quick claim deed and bill of sale for improvements located at 27200 West 157th Street, New Century, Kansas, or the New Century Air Center, in furtherance of the prior termination of industrial revenue bonds issued in 2007, pursuant to resolution number 083-07. Thank you very much. We have a consent agenda that has been proposed. I know that there's been one request from Commissioner Ashcraft to remove number 7 from that consent agenda. Any further modifications to the consent agenda? Seeing none, Commissioner Hanslick, how about a motion for the consent agenda as amended?
I move to approve the consent agenda as amended.
Allenbrand, second.
So moved by Commissioner Hanslick and seconded by Commissioner Allenbrand. Would the clerk call the roll, please?
Commissioner Fast.
Aye.
Commissioner Myers.
Myers, aye.
Commissioner Brewer.
Brewer, aye.
Commissioner Hanslick.
Hanslick, aye.
Commissioner Ashcraft.
Yes.
Commissioner Allenbrand.
Allenbrand, aye.
Chairman Kelly.
Aye, that's 7 in favor, none against. Is that consistent with your count?
It is.
Very good. Well, then we'll move on to what was previously marked as number 7 in your agenda. This is resolution number 039-26. This is a human resource policy number 414. Kayla Holloway from Human Resources is here to present the item.
Good morning, Chair
Good
and
morning.
Commissioners. Kayla Holloway, Human Resources Director.
Commissioner Ashcraft, it was your request to discuss the items. Is there something particular you want to discuss about the item, or would you like to ask Ms. Holloway some questions?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I pulled this item because it's at least in part a result of an audit that was done looking at the efficacy of the hotline and how improvements might be made. And I wanted to ask Ms. Holloway to give us a brief overview. I have no objections to this item, but I thought it was an item of particular import, and I wanted to make sure it was fully recognized.
Thank you, Commissioner Ashcraft. The item, I believe, has been recognized, and you particularly mentioned the audit that was presented to us, and this now comes as a result thereof as a follow-up item. It's also required by state statute and is straightforward and listed in the briefing sheet. If you have particular questions for Ms. Holloway, I'm happy to hear those and discuss, but we'll go from there.
If you'd like to frame it that way, then, Mr. Chairman, I would like Ms. Holloway to highlight the changes that have been made as a result of the audit or are planned to be made.
Yes. So yes, this policy is coming forward for your consideration as part of the recommendations through the hotline audit that was conducted last summer and I believe was presented here to the board in September of last year. This policy is a county countywide policy recommendation for whistleblower. We did, previous to this, have policies that spoke to the whistleblower activity and protections for our employees, including those that relate to the housing, to HUD and some other specific programs. This program just widens and broadens those protections to employees across the county and, excuse me, and also makes those protections available for members of the public who have concern and want to, and it gives a vehicle for us to do that. That vehicle for us is the Ethics Hotline, and the Ethics Hotline was also part of that, that audit, and through that audit, there were four recommendations, the other three of which have been already implemented. So this is the final recommendation that will be implemented upon your approval of this policy.
Thank you. Commissioner Fast, you had a question?
Yeah, I was just reading it. I wasn't quite clear what we're really changing. And can you highlight a little bit more?
With respect to the whistleblower policy?
Yeah.
I don't know that there's anything changing. We're really just formalizing the policy to say these protections have always applied and have been available. What we're bringing it to maybe more of a formal policy that was recommended, and I think the board felt like it was appropriate and warranted. So,
Thank you. Invite counsel.
Chair and Commissioners, for clarification to add on what Ms. Holloway has presented to the board today. So you're aware in July of last year, there was a state statute that was enacted on whistleblowing. At that time, we had immediately complied with the statute, disseminating postings all throughout the building and in the break places that is appropriate. This policy, in addition to the auditor, incorporates those changes and adding those from state statute too.
Thank you, counsel. Commissioner Allenbrand.
Thank you, Chair. First, I'm sorry. First of all, I want to thank you for your leadership and the organization that you created in this department. I know it hasn't been easy, and I want to thank you for all that. And Chair, when you're ready, I have a motion.
Why don't you go ahead with your motion, please?
I move that the board approve resolution number 039-26, adopting human resource policy 414 pertaining to whistleblowing and ethics reporting to be effective March 26, 2026.
Brewer, second.
So moved by Commissioner Allenbrand and seconded by Commissioner Brewer. Further discussion, Commissioner Ashcraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Ms. Holloway, just to be clear, this mechanism is available for both employees and the public?
yes,
And is it available access on our website?
it is.
Very good. Thank you.
Commissioner Brewer.
I would just acknowledge when this was discussed previously, I think it was part of the intent, and when the audit process was done, it was part of the intent to, as we were moving towards that new compliance and intentionality, I think we discussed robustly at that point in time of how we make sure this is external facing as well. So when I read the policy, it seemed in line with our prior discussion, so I appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner Brewer. I'm not seeing requests for further comment on this item. Therefore, ask the clerk to call the roll on Commissioner Allenbrand's motion.
Commissioner Fast.
Aye.
Commissioner Myers.
Myers, aye.
Commissioner Brewer.
Brewer, aye.
Commissioner Hanslick.
Hanslick, aye.
Commissioner Ashcraft.
Yes.
Commissioner Allenbrand.
Allenbrand, aye.
Chairman Kelly.
Aye, that's 7 in favor and none against. Is that consistent with your count?
It is.
Very good, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Holloway. Then we'll move on at this time to resolution number 005-26. We'll have a public hearing, consider the approval of the 2026 Johnson County Code of Regulations for sanitary sewer use. At this time, I am going to open the public hearing and invite Susan Pekarik from Johnson County Wastewater to provide a brief presentation. Welcome back, Ms. Pekarik.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chairman and Commissioner. Susan Pekarik with Wastewater. So the Johnson County Code of Regulations for sanitary sewer use is established to protect public health and the environment and to control the use of the sewage system. So that's the collection system and the wastewater treatment facilities. In brief, the code provides rules and regulations for the use of the public sanitary sewer. The code is adopted pursuant to the authority under KSA 19-101 and the Johnson County Charter Resolution 29-92. The current version was adopted in 2003 and updated in 2007. The updates for this 2026 edition are not new regulations. The purpose of this update is to incorporate EPA's streamlining rule language into the code. The streamlining rule language is from 2005. And also, it gives us an opportunity to clean up some of the department names and titles that have changed over the years. Some context for the background, in case you don't have it. The Johnson County Department of Environment was previously combined with the Department of Health. Some of the divisions within the Department of Environment were combined with the wastewater department because their work most closely connected to the work that we do in wastewater. Those divisions included the Water Quality Lab, the GREASE program, and the Industrial Pretreatment program. The EPA streamlining rule language that we're incorporating is related to the Industrial Pretreatment program. And that program is part of the Federal Clean Water Pollution Control Program, Clean Water Act Pollution Control Program, excuse me. And that's under 40 CFR 403 in the federal regulations. The purpose of the pretreatment program is to control non-domestic discharges into the public sewerage system, so that we are preventing the introduction of pollutants into the sewerage system that could affect the operation of our treatment facilities, also prevent pollutants that could be introduced that might pass through the treatment facility, as well as improve or encourage recycling of wastewaters. The streamlining rule that was published in 2003 provides flexibility. Flexibility in that Johnson County Wastewater, as the permitter, can work with the permittee to determine how they can best demonstrate compliance with the regulations. So, for example, one of the things that's been incorporated from a language perspective into the regulations is that we can utilize best management practices. Industries can provide self-monitoring reports to Johnson County Wastewater to demonstrate their compliance. We inspect all of our industries annually, and we're receiving those reports then from our regulated community either monthly or semi-annually. It really depends on their business and what they're discharging. We did publish the public hearing notice for this update in the legal records, and we also advised the industries that we were having a public hearing today. We did receive one question from one of our permitted industries requesting what would the impact be on them, and the answer is that there isn't an impact. So Johnson County has been implementing the requirements of the streamlining rule since 2005, since the rule was put into place. So this incorporation into the code doesn't really change how we're managing the program. We don't expect any changes in how we're operating there's no fiscal note associated with this, no change in our budget required. It's just simply putting the language that's required in the streamlining rule into our code. And we do recommend approving the update. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Gary, this is a public hearing, so anybody that would like to speak regarding this stormwater or sanitary sewer use regulations is allowed to do so at this time. Is there anybody that wants to speak on this particular item? Okay, then I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and allow for comments and questions from commissioners, starting with Commissioner Hanslick. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excuse me. Thank you, Ms. Pekarik. I had a lot of questions about this item, and I appreciate that you met with me to reassure me that basically this item does retain Johnson County Wastewater's authority to manage and oversee the incoming industrial effluent, so that the basically taxpayers are not going to have to be treating industrial waste that is inappropriate for the wastewater treatment facility we have. So I appreciate your reassuring me of that, and I didn't know if you had anything you wanted to add to that. I think you did say earlier, a lot of it's just cleaning up the language, but I was a little concerned that maybe this was removing some of the wastewater's authority, but you assured me it is not.
It is not, and I'll just reinforce, as I said, it does not remove our authority. The code still provides the authority for anyone discharging into the public sewer system, discharging something that could impact our ability to treat. I know you all hear me talk about how our treatment facilities are biological systems just like we are, and so we have to protect that biology so that it can do the job it needs to do to clean up the water before we return that to the streams. So we still have that authority to do that kind of regulation. It just provides the ability to be flexible, having the industries develop their management plans and then provide us reports. So, yes, no rollback, no changes in what we're doing, really. It's just a language cleanup.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Allenbrand.
Thank you, Chair. Well, first of all, I always enjoy you speaking because I always say you're the Disney of wastewater and all the
I'm gonna
programs
get you
that you
that
touch. You know, and the thing is, Commissioner Hanslick said it right. You always look after the taxpayer, the millions of dollars, and it's literally millions of dollars that have been saved in projects with your departments and your staff. And I applaud you for that, and thank you. Chair, when you're ready, I have a motion.
We'll come back to you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Pekarik, as you've pointed out, this is basically procedural. I was wondering, or do we have a schedule, though, of reviewing and updating our code? I mean, it's been 20 years. Is it a 20-year cycle? Does that make?
I don't know that we have a schedule, but we certainly want to review that and update it periodically as needed. So I anticipate that will be another thing that we'll be doing here in the next 5 years or so, is doing a more comprehensive review and update of the code.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Carrick. I want to thank you, too, for taking time with me this week and meeting and answering my questions. Because although this was predominantly semantics, some of the semantics, predated me as far as understanding that the removal of the environmental department language wasn't indicative of not having environmental oversight, but was more reflective of that change that you shared with us in your presentation of when the environmental standalone department was merged into health and environment. There were certain environmental mandates and duties that were put under the portfolio of wastewater because that's your area of expertise and it was most germane to you. The other thing that I really appreciated is understanding that the best management practices are really individualized depending on the type of industry and the type of waste and the pre-treatment required. So although when the first read of that language may look like we are stepping back, we're actually leaning in and making sure that they have a bus management practice filed, that they're following that practice, and that we're applying the oversight to that practice in an individualized ways, as opposed to what sounded like basically in the past was just a across the board numerical way. So I appreciate that differentiation. You also shared in our meeting that although some of this was cleaning up some language, cleaning up some maybe duplication and administrative duties that were not making a meaningful impact. There was also a heightened awareness around, and I apologize if I use the term wrong or use the wrong term, but on slug, I think, and making sure that byproduct, and some attention to that, and making sure for those industries that byproduct might be an issue, that was getting addressed. I don't know if you want to share a little bit about how the rule that changed in 2005 allowed a little bit more, focus on that.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for pointing that out. So the other thing the streamlining rule does is where we have identified it's important to have an industry develop what's called a spill control plan. So essentially, some of these industries actually have their own little mini wastewater treatment facilities within their facilities so they can remove or reduce some of their discharge, some of the components in their discharge or the pollutants in their discharge. A lot of times those are considered what's batch treatment, and most of you have been to our treatment facility, so you know our treatment's more flow through, the water's flowing through all the time. So one of the reasons for having a spill control plan is to ensure that you don't have a slug, is what we call it, that might make it through the treatment process, the industrial pre-treatment process, without being treated. So they have to develop a plan to show how they're going to manage that and not. And if, should a slug make it through, how they're going to control that before it gets to our sewage system, so.
Thank you, and I
That help?
appreciate it that you prioritized being in compliance when the rule was passed in 2005. And I
Yes.
do appreciate now that the paper, the documentation is in line with the practice that's been in place for more than 20 years. So thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Myers, you had your hand up. Do you have your questions answered?
I just was going to thank Ms. Pekarik for her presentation, and I agree. This seems to be just a strengthening of language, and so I was going to propose to make a motion also, but Ms. Albrand already did.
Go ahead, Commissioner Myers. She's giving you the honor.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I move to adopt resolution number 005-26 to approve the 2026 Johnson County Code of Regulations for sanitary sewer use.
Allenbrand, second.
So moved by Commissioner Myers and seconded by Commissioner Allenbrand. I'm not seeing further requests for comments or questions at this time, and therefore we're going to call the motion on call the question on Commissioner Myers' motion.
Commissioner Faust.
Aye.
Commissioner Myers.
Myers, aye.
Commissioner Brewer.
Brewer, aye.
Commissioner Hanslick.
Hanslick, aye.
Commissioner Ashcraft.
Yes.
Commissioner Allenbrand.
Allenbrand, aye.
Chairman Kelly.
Aye, we have 7 in favor and none against. Is that consistent with your count?
It is.
Very good. And we'll say thank you to Ms. Pekarik as always, and move on to item number 9. This is resolutions number 03626 and 03726. This is a request for rezoning, preliminary and final plat. Diane Wickland from Planning is here to present the item. Welcome back.
Good morning, Diane Wickland, Planning Department. The subject property is located at Gardner Lake, as shown here on the vicinity map. This request is for a rezoning for portions of the property from the rural district to the PRU 1B zoning district, and a preliminary and final plat for 2 residential lots, and an accessory building use permit to allow 2 existing accessory structures to remain on a lot without a house. This application does include a request for plat exceptions and a waiver from the minimum infrastructure requirements. Just to go over a few graphics. So this is an aerial view of the subject property. You can see the 2 accessory structures there that will remain as part of that ABUP request. And those 2 will remain on that lot. And then you can see really the primary goal of the project is the owners want to demolish the existing home and rebuild a new home. And that's really all they're wanting to do. This is the site plan for the accessory structures. Here's a copy of the preliminary plat. And then this is the final plat drawing. Also to note that there were no members of the public that spoke at the zoning board meeting on this application. Planning staff recommends approval, and the zoning board also recommended unanimous approval of the applications. And with that, I am available for questions, and the applicant is also present. Thank you.
Commissioner Allenbrand.
Thank
don't you go
you.
ahead?
Thank you, Chair. Since this is in my district, it meets all the criteria. I love Smithy's estate. My grandfather was Smithy, so I know there's a lot of fun going on there. So anyway, it meets all the criteria, and when you're ready, Chair, I have a motion, but Ms. Wickland, I didn't know, do I need to make 2 motions? Because the suggested motion, there's 2 different motions.
I think both of those motions would be great. Thank you.
So I can read them both together, or do I need to read them separately? I should have asked Sean yesterday, sorry. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Brewer, why don't you go ahead?
Thank you. I really just want a clarification, and I'm in support of this as well. So really, this is just a technical clarification because typically an accessory dwelling can only happen when there's a primary structure. And because the primary structure needs to be demolished and rebuilt, this is just a technical resolution to allow that to happen.
Yes, that's correct. That's part of the application, so that accessory building use permit application. So the residential zoning does not allow for that unless you get that ABUP.
Right, and so
that's
it's really
correct.
hard to try to
Yes.
rebuild something and not be in violation because you already have accessory dwelling. So this
Correct.
just creates a pathway for that to be done.
That's correct.
Awesome, thank you.
I'm not seeing further questions at this time, so Commissioner Allenbrand, how about your motion, please?
Thank you, Chair. I move to adopt resolution number 036-26, which approves rezoning from the RUR district to PRU1B district, including a waiver for the minimum infrastructure requirements for roads and preliminary and final plat of 2 residential lots to be known as Smithy's Lakeside Estate Plat, and 3 plat exceptions for the reasons and subject to the stipulations set forth in the resolution. And I move to adopt resolution number 037-26, which approves an accessory building use permit to allow 2 existing detached accessory structures to be located on the lot without a primary house for reasons and subject to stipulations set forth within the resolution.
Brewer, second.
So moved by Commissioner Allenbrand, seconded by Commissioner Brewer. Are there any further questions or comments at this time? Then we'll ask the clerk to call the question on Commissioner Allenbrand's motion, please.
Commissioner Fast.
Aye.
Commissioner Myers.
Myers, aye.
Commissioner Brewer.
Brewer, aye.
Commissioner Hanslick.
Hanslick, aye.
Commissioner Ashcraft.
Yes.
Commissioner Allenbrand.
Allenbrand, aye.
Chairman Kelly.
Aye, that's 7 in favor and none against. Is that consistent with your count?
It is.
Very good. Ms. Wicklund, thanks as always. Appreciate it. We'll move on at this time to resolution number 001-26. This considers the adoption of amendments to the Johnson County Rural Comprehensive Plan to update designations of certain routes to the Comprehensive Arterial Road Network Plan, or CARNUP. Sean Penley is here from Planning. Ms. Penley, we've had this before us once, and obviously have seen reports from the Planning Commission. Any further updates you'd like to provide to us at this time?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Commissioner Sean Penley, County Planning Staff. Yes, I would just like to give a quick update, refresher on this, and then just reiterate the discussion both with the board and with the Planning Commission. So if you recall, this was heard at the Committee of the Whole meeting on January 15th. And at that time, it was remanded back to the Planning Commission, and they did reconsider this on February 24th. So just to kind of highlight some of those proposals and the changes. So again, CARNUP is the Comprehensive Arterial Road Network Plan. It is adopted as part of the comprehensive plan. This is a map showing the currently adopted CARNUP map. And these CARNUP designations tie into the zoning and subdivision regulations to establish street right-of-way and driveway spacing requirements. So it serves as access management for arterial roads in the unincorporated area. So just to highlight again the discussion with the Planning Commission and the board. So on October 28th, the Planning Commission did recommend approval of the amendments to the comprehensive plan, including CARNUP, with 2 changes. They designated Edgerton Road as a type 3, recommended designating Edgerton Road as a type 3 2-lane CARNUP route. And they recommended additional study of Edgerton Road as a north-south route. On January 15th, as it indicated, the board considered this at the Committee of the Whole meeting and remanded this back to the Planning Commission for further consideration. There was some discussion by the board that indicated that the CARNUP route should reflect the recommended routes from the Transportation Connection Plan to provide the most accurate information to the public. So that's why it was remanded. So these are the map updates, just showing the proposed maps for the CARNUP map. I highlighted here Edgerton Road because this was the focus of most of the discussion. So as indicated, this is reflecting staff's proposed CARNUP route map, which shows Edgerton Road as a type 3 4-lane CARNUP route, which again, that reflects the Transportation Connection Plan showing accurate traffic modeling in this area and future growth that's expected in the area. And this is going to be represented as Exhibit A. So you'll have 2 options that we discuss in a minute about the resolutions. This is Exhibit A, the first option. So this map shows the Planning Commission's recommended plan, which shows Edgerton Road as a type 3 two-lane route. And that's, as again indicated as Exhibit B. That was the only change that they recommended in terms of the CARNIP routes. So just to finalize with the recommendations, so on February 24th, the Planning Commission failed to recommend approval of the CARNIP route following the remand. So there was two motions. One, the first motion was for to recommend Edgerton Road as a type 3 two-lane route. There was a failure to recommend for that. Also, there was a motion for type 3 four-lane route, as staff had recommended. That also failed. So the result is they returned their original recommendation from October 28th, which was Edgerton Road as a type 3 two-lane route. That's the Exhibit B. So staff does recommend the update to CARNIP, including the Edgerton Road as a type 3 four-lane route, as previously discussed. That's Exhibit A for your options for resolutions. Also, we'll want to note that there's several attachments included in the packet that include the draft changes to the comprehensive plan, showing the red line changes to the text and the updated maps. There are also several public comments that are included in the packet, and there's the two options, as I indicated, for resolutions with Exhibit A and Exhibit B. That concludes planning staff's presentation. We do have Jeffrey Vose with the Public Works Department here as well for any questions. With that, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Penley. We do have some registered public comment on this, so I'm going to ask you to step aside for just a minute and ask the clerk to let me know when we're ready to receive that public comment. You good? Okay, first we have Becky Almeida.
Good morning, my name's Becky Almeida. I live on Edgerton Road. For the last 10 months, I've been emailing and calling the county and state with questions and concerns related to CARNIP. I've received feedback from the mayor of Edgerton, the county planners, and KDOT, but I have received nothing from my own county commissioner or the chair of the county commission. I'm disappointed as a taxpayer and resident that I cannot get in touch with those who are meant to represent me. I've learned a great deal in this time about CARNIP. I've heard over and over again how it is not a construction plan. However, it seems to many of the residents that CARNIP is a plan that's not a plan without a plan. Let me elaborate. Edgerton Road is currently a type 1 45-mile-per-hour two-lane paved road with over 60 homes between 143rd and 56th Highway. And more homes are actively being built. When and if you decide to turn Edgerton Road into a type 3 four-lane divided highway at 55 miles per hour, what is your plan for many of these homes that will be within the right-of-way? Is it eminent domain? The CARNIP map also shows a portion of Edgerton Road that travels through the city limits of Edgerton as being designated as the future type 3 four-lane. This section from 56th Highway to 207th Street is in the city's jurisdiction. Why is it on the map? I believe it falsely shows Edgerton Road as a straight route from AEP to I-35. Again, will eminent domain be your plan for these homes? In October, the Planning Commission moved to downgrade Edgerton Road to a type 3 two-lane, 45-mile-per-hour road. To the residents of Edgerton Road, this felt like a win, a compromise, and government and people working together. This motion then came before all of you in January and was ultimately voted down for lack of transparency and passed back to the Planning Commission. We are here today with CARNIP plans before you. Prior to making your decision on the map and plans, have you thought about the impact on your constituents, the rural aspect of the county, and ultimately your budget? If you don't know what these roads and areas of the county look like, I encourage you to take a drive. Please do not rubber stamp a plan that doesn't consider the additional homes and residents that have been added over the last 30 years on Edgerton Road and other arterial roads. Thank you.
Next, Ben Hilbert.
Ben Holbert, Westwood Hills. The speaker did not address at all the housing changes to the comprehensive plan. Chairman Kelly and Commissioners, Ben Holbert, Westwood Hills. I offer the following comments on the revisions to the unincorporated areas land use plan. 1, in new section 9.2, housing choices in unincorporated areas, it is stated that the county encourages higher intensity development where there is infrastructure and services to support it. 2, the section continues to state in relevant part that, quote, doing so maximizes existing community resources by increasing efficiency efficiencies in already developed land. This is a false statement. Efficiencies are not increased by more intense development. It only spreads costs over a larger tax base, but only if this board breaks their addiction to granting 10-year property tax abatements to, it seems, every developer requesting them. 3, this board uses buzzwords which remain undefined. What is attainable housing? As referenced in section 9.2. Attainable to whom? At what income level? As a rental or as an owner? 4, in section 9.2.1, it is stated that zoning regulations allowing accessory dwelling units were adopted, quote, with a set of carefully drafted standards to assure compatibility of the ADU with the surrounding neighborhood. It continues to state, however, that, quote, there are often circumstances in which a particular ADU may exceed the adopted standards and still be compatible with its surroundings. The careful standards become meaningless as a result. 5, there are a number of questions posed with respect to attributes of ADUs, but no guidance as to what is the preferred answer. It appears to me that these questions are a cut and paste job from another source with minimal, if any, critical review. Thank you for receiving my comments.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hobart. I invite Sean Penley, Jeff Vos, or others as questions may arise. Ms. Penley, thank you very much, and thank you for your presentation, not only today, but months ago. And I do appreciate the feedback that we received from a lot of different people here. One of the things that we do when we get a contact commissioner, just as a matter of course to all of us, is we try to give that to the best person on the staff to be able to respond. And so if you don't receive 7 different responses, sometimes that's the reason behind it. We want to keep a consistent message and get you the information from the best person possible. So to those who maybe didn't hear from each commissioner, I apologize about that. I'm happy to talk with anybody about this plan or about others. Taking a step back to the CARNIP plan itself, maybe you can just help me frame what CARNIP really means. It started in 1999 for Johnson County as a way to plan for the southern and western parts of Johnson County. Fair enough?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. That CARNIP, yeah, it really is. It's access management and it's a future transportation planning policy and map for the unincorporated area. So what we're really trying to do is manage traffic and manage transportation needs on arterial roads. And that's what this designation does. And it ties into the zoning and subdivision regulations. So the ultimate goal is really to preserve required street right-of-way and maintain adequate driveway spacing on arterial roads. That's the purpose. So we have to have a policy adopted to lead into and allow for those regulations to be adopted to follow that. And so what we're really trying to do is minimize driveways, entrances, street, and maintain adequate street spacing and right-of-way on arterial roads.
And so just something based on the planning from CARNIP, if a street is designated as a type 2, type 3, if there's an improvement that's designated in this plan, that doesn't mean that this is automatically on a CIP, correct?
That's correct. This does not directly tie into the CIP or any actual planned road improvements, but what it does do is it would allow for the required right-of-way to be dedicated where needed and adequate driveway spacing. And it's really tying more into, for our purpose in planning, for the comprehensive plan, it does tie into the zoning and subdivision regulations. We do use that to inform the public that if you have property that fronts along an arterial road, you need to be aware that there are requirements for right-of-way that is needed on those arterial roads and adequate driveway spacing. But it does not tie into any planned improvements, but we do also refer to that when Public Works needs to look at something, again, for roadway maintenance there. That's going to happen regardless of what the designation is for CARNIP. If there's roadway maintenance needed, they do that. And if there's an ultimate improvement, that could happen regardless of the type. But the designations, though, type 1, 2, and 3, do dictate the required right-of-way and driveway spacing. So there's different intensities for that based on the designation.
Right. And so part of this is to, as you mentioned with Public Works, consider safety improvements. And part of that is to try to avoid cars that may go off the road or run into a culvert. I believe there was an accident on Edgerton Road not too long ago where a driver unfortunately went off the road and hit a culvert, ended in a fatality. Is that right?
I'm not familiar with that. Maybe Jeff has some information.
Yes, that happened back in January. So it was a crash that very easily could have been prevented with our safety improvement package that we've been deploying throughout the county.
Thank you, Mr. Bose. So, Mr. Bentley, I don't want to dominate all the questions here, but kind of to get back to the point, you mentioned, and I think it was even mentioned by a public commenter, that the Edgerton Road between 159th Street and 215th Street has been designated already as a type 3 4-lane road, right?
That is correct. I was actually going to try to show that if I could. I'll see if this markup will show. So this is the current adopted CARNIP map. So we have different color designations, but this shows Edgerton Road here. That is already shown as a type 3 existing. So clear this out here. But that, there we go. So the only change actually where we're talking about that's really changing on the map is this area right here. It's, I get this incorrect location, but that's the only area, that north part, where we previously designated that as future study, because at that time it was unclear, because it was in Sunflower Army Ammunition Plant, or just tying into the Sunflower property. It was unclear exactly what that designation would be. But now, obviously, with the annexation in the city of DeSoto and the Astor Enterprise Park, we realize that traffic is only going to continue, and it does seem to line up exactly with Edgerton Road. So that's the only area of Edgerton Road that is changing for CARNIP designation.
I'm sorry if I'm not clear on this, but the recommendation, or at least the first recommendation that came from the Planning Commission, now they kind of have come back to us with a split. So there's not any particular designation that came out of their last meeting, but to their original meeting was to take the whole of Edgerton Road and take it down to a 2-lane road.
Correct.
So moving backward.
That's
which
right.
I think
This
we
would
all
be a
recognize.
downgrade in effect. You're correct. That would actually change. Majority of what's already adopted is a type 3 4-lane. That's correct.
Well, and I don't know that meets the what we know from not only the Johnson County Transportation Connection Plan, and for what we can see as the growth in not only Astor Enterprise Park, but in the western part of the county, to go backward, to me, isn't transparent to folks and meets our planning for safety for the future. And, while I understand the sentiments of residents who may live on Edgerton Road, there are safety improvements that can be made by these designations that I'd like to see as we move forward in planning for the county, that we prioritize that safety in at least the plans that we publish and we put our names on, whether they're in the CIP, whether they're funded or not. So I'll stop there. Commissioner Allenbrand?
Thank you, Chair, and I appreciate your comments. And I had asked for this to go back because I wanted to have time to talk to staff. And again, I always reach out to the staff to make sure that everyone gets the correct answers. I need to make sure that I'm CC'd on that, so that's my fault. But I wanted to talk to the staff. I wanted to talk to the mayor of Edgerton, and I want to thank Adam Norris for that meeting that he went with me to meet with them, and then also Sean and Jeffrey. I can't say enough good things about Jeffrey and the things he does in helping with the roads. The bottom line is that trying to also protect landowners and landowners that may want to develop in the future. And there are some along that route that may want to develop into housing and some sort of a development. And it's probably not going to happen in my lifetime, but eventually it will. And then those landowners have to come back and fight for their rights. So it's trying to find a happy medium. I also want to thank you because you told me that you have, those trucks are not going to be on the count of when we were having a project that day. So that's all being taken care of. I stand behind the staff. I think that we have to look at the future. That's probably one of the most difficult things is sitting here, is looking into what's going to happen in 2030, 2035. And Sean, so I think that when you're ready, Chair, I have a motion.
We'll come back to you for that. We'll go to Commissioner Hanslick next.
Thank you. I appreciated having the time since the January 15th COW to really take a really deeper look at this situation. I read the entire transcript of the Planning Commission meeting after we had that. And initially, I had thought, why not just leave it with the 2-lane? But upon further reflection and studying of the issue, I have to agree that for a number of reasons, some of which have already been stated, that I think it makes sense and is best for transparency and safety to designate that small section that's still left as type 3 4-lane road. I think we've already mentioned the transparency for future potential landowners who want to develop a home or other business there. I think it's important to note that most of it already is designated as the 4-lane. The 4-lane does reflect the transportation connection plan, and I know a lot of work went into that from multiple agencies, from public input across really the region for that transportation connection plan. And then in reading through the minutes of the Planning Commission, there were a couple of things noted that I thought were very important. I noted that Planning Commissioner Richardson had said that, quote, "So it's not essentially being carved in granite. It's simply a designation to cover an estimated traffic count in the future at some point. The roadway type will be determined by facts that develop in the future, essentially." And then Mr. Vos had also said that the whole theory here is that we're planning today for what we're looking at tomorrow. What will make a difference to the homeowner out there or somebody wanting to build is maybe how close to the road they want to be. And they'll have the full heads up of what may potentially come in the future. And so for all those reasons, I'm supportive of the staff's recommendation and I do appreciate that extra time to be able to really dive into this and to read those notes from the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Commissioner Burr?
Thank you, and I appreciate your questions and observations, Commissioner Hanslick. So back in 2015, when 159 South was designated as a type 3 4-lane, how much of that today is actually 4-lane?
I do not believe any portion of Edgerton Road is currently 4-lane.
Okay, because when I was double checking on mapping because I've driven part of Edgerton, both the northern part and the southern part, and I'm like going, I can't remember any of it being currently 4-lane. So it's been designated as such for 10 years. It is, as Commissioner Hanslick and Mr. Henley as you have shared, and as Commissioner Allenbrand has shared, this is really us doing long-term planning and being anticipatory. I appreciate Commissioner Hanslick observation. It's also making sure that any new resident to the area who would choose to have land there, build there, have a driveway that would empty into the roadway, would be fully cognizant, and it would inform their setback, it would inform their final decisions. So if these were to become 4-lane roads in the near future, at some point in the future, are existing properties and how they exit onto the roadway, how does that impact them?
I think that may be a question more for Public Works.
And I guess I'm asking, are they grandfathered in?
Yeah, yes, they would be.
Okay, so today, my home is grandfathered in. One concern I could still have is my setback. Another concern I could still have is the amount of traffic on the road. And the last concern I could have is the rate of speed on the road. But improving a road doesn't necessarily jump directly to a higher rate of speed right away. Do they go hand in hand? I guess is that my question? Because one of our speakers shared a legitimate concern about a 55-mile-an-hour roadway that I'm trying to exit and enter, right, to my home. But I think of many roads within city boundaries that are 4-lane and are 35 miles an hour or 45 miles an hour. I drive those roads every day to this office. So I'm just curious how we dictate road speed based on road width.
I'm trying to think how best to answer your question. So CARNIP is a plan that shows 55 miles an hour. Currently, we do not have any 55-mile-an-hour roads in the county. We don't have any CARNIP Type 3s that are 4-laned even. So we really haven't approached that. It would all depend on the terrain and really the cost component as well factors in. The higher the speed, typically the more cost that goes in the roadway. So I don't necessarily see that we would necessarily change the speed out there even if we were to go to 4-lane. It's possible that we could. With it being 4-lane, people are naturally going to drive faster, most likely, and we try to there's a procedure for setting the speed on a roadway to make it as safe as possible. So it may go up based on that as well when we see what the traffic patterns are out there. So just because this plan says it's going to be 55 doesn't necessarily mean that that's what we would design it to.
And is this section still gravel?
No, it's all paved.
It is paved, okay.
Yes.
Okay, I couldn't remember if we hit gravel at all, because honestly, that's in my unincorporated areas, part of what I encounter and work with residents on is that road surface changing, and that also plays a safety factor.
So we have a couple places where we have 50-mile-an-hour roads. That's more of an exception, where they've been widened more to KDOT standards. So there are some cases where we have 50-mile-an-hour roads, but we haven't built anything at 55.
I appreciate your response, and I appreciate the clarification that this doesn't change the ability for an existing homeowner to have their driveway there to enter and exit, and that this gives you future planning to make sure that how we manage future, what can go on the land and how it works and where driveways enter and exit, so that we're being mindful and any future purchaser is fully cognizant of what future plans are for the roadway.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Ashcraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Brewer, thank you for your line of questioning. I'd like to build on it a little bit because one of the speakers had expressed concerns about existing property and being subject to eminent domain. But as I understand the conversation, they would be grandfathered in, and the seizure of property or forced removal is unlikely in those circumstances.
I can't really speak to eminent domain. There is certainly no plan for eminent domain or acquisition of additional right-of-way, but in the future, if that happens, it's a case-by-case basis.
But they'd be grandfathered in is what I was hearing, correct?
I'm going to let Jeff Vos comment.
Yeah, so we'll follow our procedure for every road improvement that we do. We have to follow, under all circumstances, the Federal Relocation Act. So we will get appraisals, enter into negotiation with residents that do want to settle and have us purchase them. We will do that. If we are being pushed on project schedule, then we will look at condemnation like we normally do on any other project. So it wouldn't be a mass condemnation. We would follow our normal procedure.
Okay. So what are the relative merits then of 2 lanes versus 4 lanes?
The big thing is capacity. So,
but in terms of the homeowner's perspective, existing and future.
I'm not sure I understand your question.
My understanding is if you have the type 3, is that correct, 4-lane approach, then any future development will have greater setbacks. The driveways will be appropriately spaced.
Correct.
So that is one argument for the the type 3. So what are the arguments for type 2 then?
I think it was the preference that they want to keep the character of the road the way it is and the character of what's out there the way it is.
Okay.
Was their main, am I?
No, my house.
Well, yeah, no, I understand that. But yeah, so, I mean, so their homes are out there, they built what they thought, was going to be out there in the future. I don't think anybody saw the Astra Enterprise Park developing, and those kinds of things. So things do change, unfortunately, but I think they want to keep things the way they are.
Okay. One other line of question, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Related to the issues in the change of this plan related to housing, what impact are these changes having on our current regulations and requirements within the code? I saw it basically as procedural, but what am I missing?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Commissioner. And I apologize, I didn't mention this in this part of the presentation. We mentioned this at the Committee of the Whole meeting in January. Included in this comprehensive plan amendment are some housing policies or recommendations for changes that basically allow for additional housing choices. Really, we're not changing anything at this time, but we're just trying to identify that there are additional housing opportunities or housing types that are allowed today that we didn't mention in the current version of the comprehensive plan. We had no mention of accessory dwelling units that are allowed now. We had no mention of the different types of densities or size of housing. We wanted to be more clear about that and clarify. So we just simply added some clarification about the additional housing choices that are allowed in the unincorporated area. Obviously, most of what's built in the unincorporated area is very low density because there's limited infrastructure, but today we do allow that, and we have updated our regulations to allow accessory dwelling units. So the guidance is really in the zoning regulations, but we wanted to make sure we reference it in the comp plan as well.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Hensley.
Thank you. Can you just, Mr. Penley, clarify, is there any difference in the setback requirements of a type 3 2-lane and a type 3 4-lane?
No, the setbacks actually do not change for where a house is built. The setbacks are always going to be the same based on zoning district. So that setback will be determined from the right-of-way. Now, right-of-way may change, but it's even the same. The right-of-way requirement for type 3 2-lane and a type 3 4-lane are the same. You still have to have the same right-of-way, but only additional right-of-way would be needed if somebody's subdividing or building a new subdivision. We're not imposing any new setbacks. If this gets designated entirely, it's already type 3 4-lane today, most of it. You're still going to have the same setback. What the choice is, though, somebody may, knowing that it's going to be potentially 4-lane someday, they may want to locate further back by choice. That's simply a voluntary thing. It doesn't increase the setback standards by going from a type 3 2-lane to type 3 4-lane.
It's the same. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Commissioner Brewer for the question.
Yes, I'm going to split that hair a little bit further. So am I interpreting that if the road were to move from its current width today to a different width in the future, that property setback is already, existing property setback already allows for that expansion, and there would not be any properties that would fall into a situation where you have to do a negotiation because the property is impeding the ability to widen the roadway? Was that part of the analysis?
I understand.
So I'm looking at a map of the property.
I think it only becomes a question if somebody's subdividing. If somebody is potentially splitting their property or subdividing with additional lots, at that time, we're going to review the CARNIP designation, and they would be required to dedicate the required right-of-way. At that time, then, from the new right-of-way line was where the setback would be determined. If you have an existing house today, none of that changes. You're grandfathered in. This only affects any future development, if that answers your question.
It does. I just want to make sure there's no existing structures today that would need to be removed or changed of a property owner's due to any changes to that section of the roadway?
No, that is not a correct.
Thank you all very much. Mr. Bose is talking.
That is not a correct statement. There are houses that would be impacted by any improvements we would do out there. There are
Okay.
properties that would be impacted. We don't currently have that full Carnup right away through the majority of the corridor. So we have what we have. A lot of it was the original road opening right away. So the residents are correct. There would be impacts to their properties.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Allenbrand, we've been around 2 rounds of questions now. Why don't we get a motion on and we'll continue the discussion.
Thank you, Chair. And just to be clarified, Sean, it's the second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Well, the motion that the staff had recommended, the initial motion is, in Exhibit A, including Exhibit A.
I move that the board adopt
Yeah.
resolution number 001-26 with Exhibit A, which approve amendments for the Johnson County Rural Comprehensive Plan to update designations of certain routes of the Comprehensive Arterial Road Network Plan, CARNEP, to provide policy guidance for considering housing types within the unincorporated of Johnson County.
Hanslick, second.
So moved by Commissioner Allenbrand, seconded by Commissioner Hanslick. Again, recognizing that this is a policy document, a planning document, but not plans for construction. There's not a timeline for construction of any of the improvements, nor whether housing or roadway. Those would be something that can come before us in the event that there is not only the need that's identified, but funding identified. And that's not currently before us today.
That's correct. And I want to reiterate something that there are several Type 3 4-lane road designations in the county. Again, what Jeff said earlier, none of those roads are 4-lane right now. We have done safety improvements on some of those roads, kind of as an intermediary step. But that definitely does not mean, 175th Street, 199th Street are 2 examples of that, right? Those are designated as Type 3 4 lanes. We did safety improvements on those roads, but we have not improved those to 4 lanes. That is driven by growth, that is driven by demand, growth patterns of cities especially, and funding. So it's absolutely not part of a CIP, it's a planning document. And like any planning document, it exists in a dynamic environment. And when things change, the planning document has to change.
Understandably, but we do use this planning department to make those intermediary safety improvements. And because of the designation of the Type 3 4-lane roadway, there have been safety improvements made, and those safety improvements save lives.
100%, we have data to demonstrate that, yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Allenbrand.
Thank you, Chair, for making those comments, because that is so true, to go ahead and there's no future plans, and those homes are grandfathered in. And I do want to add that in my 5 years here, we've had roads, we've had the Sheriff's Department go out and do checks on, and we've increased speed limits and we've decreased speed limits. Nothing up to 55, it's all been under 40, 45, somewhere around in that range, so. With that, Chair, can we call the question?
You can call the question, but we'd have to have a vote on the call of the question.
Oh, sorry, I'm ahead of myself, sorry.
You're fine. Commissioner Ashcraft, I think you were next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I was just going to build upon your observations. I hear what the residents, the speaker has been saying, and Johnson County is changing, it's urbanizing and growing, and it's having an impact on the character of the community. This body is responsible for the planning and the potential to try to make sure that it is as fair and as effective and efficient long-term as possible. And while this is challenging in the moment, in addition to safety, I think there will be long-term benefits financially, because as the county continues to grow, and I hope the county does continue to grow, it does so in a manner that is able to be sustainable and affordable, and for that reason, I will be supporting this measure.
Commissioner Brewer?
As I recall, in the January meeting, part of the reason we remanded it back to the Planning Commission is the proposal that came forward at that time was to leave it as a 2-lane and do further study about making a 4-lane. Was that, I mean, because we felt like there wasn't a definitive decision coming out of the Planning Commission. There was a recommendation for further study, as I recall.
I know the Planning Commission had requested additional study. I don't think we had received any other requests for that. Staff did not agree any additional study was needed at this time because the Transportation Connection Plan clearly identified all of the transportation needs in the whole Southwest metro area. We don't feel that there's any need for additional study. I know the Planning Commission did recommend that, but we don't feel that that's necessary. And obviously, this will change over time as growth continues. There's always a need to reevaluate, and CARNIP will be updated again at some point in the future. We just don't feel that there's any need to do any further study regarding transportation.
I understand that. I guess what I'm asking is, it sounded like there was an impasse originally on a clear direction forward, and it feels like there's still an impasse. There's not like a clear recommendation coming out of the Planning Commission. There wasn't back in January when we considered this, and to me, that was part of the reason we remanded it back to get more of clarity. And then when it came back, I don't feel like I got any more clarity.
Yeah, there was essentially a failure to recommend. They didn't change anything. They essentially resorted back to their original recommendation as the type 3 2-lane, and there was no change. That's correct. At the remand, there was no further recommendation from the Planning Commission.
Thank you.
Any further questions or comments at this time? I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on Commissioner Allenbrand's motion, please.
Commissioner Fest.
Aye.
Commissioner Myers.
Myers, aye.
Commissioner Brewer.
Brewer, no.
Commissioner Hanslick.
Hanslick, aye.
Commissioner Ashcraft.
Yes.
Commissioner Allenbrand.
Allenbrand, aye.
Chairman Kelly.
Aye, that's 6 in favor and 1 against. Is that consistent with the count?
It is.
All right, very good. We've been going a little, or about 90 minutes now. We're going to take a quick 10-minute break. We'll be back here at approximately 10:58. Thank you all very much. We'll be in recess. Thank you all very much for the break. We are back on the record, and we'll move to what's number 11 on your agenda. This is resolution number 045-26, the leveraging assets for new development policy. We are considering the adoption of this policy, and Adam Norris from the County Manager's Office is here to present. Mr. Norris, welcome back.
So this is going to be a team effort here. So I'm going to kind of introduce it, and then Aaron Wynn and Megan Foreman are going to kind of walk through some of the particulars of this item. Just to kind of lay some groundwork here and refresh, we had the ad hoc housing subcommittee work group was formed late last year. And the focus of this group is really just to kind of focus on housing initiatives and move those forward to the BOCC for consideration. And January 29th, we had our first meeting of the ad hoc work group. We reviewed the housing continuum, prior work, some gaps and opportunities, and then kind of a determination was made to try to focus some of our efforts on the less than 60% AMI, where the county may be able to have a greater impact on the housing market and housing initiatives. March 12th, we presented a what's called the land policy that's for your consideration today. Following that presentation and discussion, the ad hoc work group gave direction to bring this to the BOCC today. Before I kick off to the next slide, I do want to, so here we have how this policy connects to the board, the adopted board focus areas. And so there's 8 priorities or initiatives within the housing focus area. So these hit with 3 of those, 3 of the 8. So this does accomplish quite a bit with this policy. So with that, I'm going to hand it off to Aaron.
Thank you. So this proposed policy is part of a national school of thought known as putting assets to work. And essentially it's an approach where government and any other public land-holding entity, so you could think about school districts or even nonprofit or faith-based communities, essentially any tax-exempt land, takes the effort to inventory and analyze anything that might be underutilized. So that could be things like vacant land, buildings, parking lots, and the hope is to reposition or refine those assets to deliver a public benefit. So the reason that this was brought forth as an answer to the charge to focus on developing new units is because our context in the county is that we do not control decision-making for the vast majority of housing development that occurs within the county. Of course, we have that authority in the unincorporated areas, but in any city property, we are not the main decision maker of housing development. So the appeal of this type of approach is we do own a large portfolio of assets, and we can perform other roles such as convening, offering land, partnering with others to prioritize housing on publicly owned sites. So this slide kind of speaks to the why and the potential benefits. To be clear, any of these would need to be worked through in a development project, so project specific. I'm going to talk about a few things that could contribute to lowering the cost of development, but to be clear, this policy authorizes staff to begin pursuing an inventory and exploring partnership. This is not about committing to one specific project. So what we've seen in other places is that by utilizing public land for development, you can lower cost. Land can be bought at a reduced price or in some cases be donated by the government. Additionally, public infrastructure is already in place, reducing cost of projects, which can in turn enable the lower income housing. This is a model that's being utilized across the country. The city of Atlanta is kind of the shining star of public land development. There is a project that I've referenced here on the slide, but another one I want to talk about that is in the works is a mixed-use fire station. So in Midtown Atlanta, which is one of the most fast-growing parts of the city, they are proposing and in the process of building housing units above a fire station. So the fire station is being owned by the city of Atlanta. All housing units on top are privately owned. So there are a lot of ways that different communities have structured these projects to mitigate and reduce risk for the government, while also partnering with private or nonprofit entities to operate the housing. This is another example in Arlington County, Virginia, where this is the DC suburb. And so the cost of land is a major barrier to housing development. So in this example, the county did contribute the land for free, and that's what enabled the project to pencil. We also have several examples of this in our community. If you think about City of Lenexa, right? It's not housing, but Lenexa City Hall shares space with the public market. That's a mixed-use public-private partnership. Similarly, Kansas City, Missouri, the Plaza Library branch shares space with private office and retail. So we have examples to look to across the country and in our own community of how some of these deals can be structured to deliver community benefit and generate some additional revenue. I'm going to turn it over to Megan.
All right. So just to sort of wrap us up in ground truth, where the purpose of the policy is just to activate putting assets to work in Johnson County. So it really just operationalizes what we're trying to do in a system that's not necessarily trained to look at housing. There's not sort of a process that's already in place to do that. And I think we also are being cognizant that we want to put it into the process in a way that it catalyzes some of these projects and doesn't just throw a monkey wrench into something that has kind of already started down the development pipeline. So our staff in the county are excellent at what they do, right? They run wastewater departments, they run Parks and Rec, they run different sorts of programs, but they're not developers. So when we think about large county investments or redeveloping some of our assets, housing is not necessarily the first thing on their mind. So this is just a way to operationalize it, expand some capacity and some expertise, and to really sort of make it a county-wide effort rather than just a couple of people kind of always pushing on this concept. Do we have anything else to add? Nope. Okay.
Well, thank you to all three for the presentation, as well as the presentations at the ad hoc working group. We do have registered public comment on this, so unless there's further presentation, I'm going to ask you to step aside for a moment, and we'll hear the public comment first from Ben Hobart.
Ben Hobart, Westwood Hills. Chairman Kelly, Commissioners, I offer the following observations about your proposed leveraging assets for new development land policy. One, your briefing sheet requires county staff to add an additional consideration when redeveloping county property whether housing should be incorporated into the project. Two, housing would be considered, quote, only if it would enhance or not interfere with operational needs, end quote. Please explain how burdens associated with managing rental property or condo ownership would ever enhance the county's operational needs at any location. Three, the discussion appears to contemplate disposition of properties. These are likely desirable sites within the urban cores of our communities. The policy should include a prohibition against 10-year property tax abatements, and that any abatement will require a very high burden of proof as to why it is appropriate given the desirability of the sites. Four, the suggestion of partnerships with nonprofit developers would not enhance the tax base with the cost of public services depleting private citizens' finances. In essence, this is a coerced charitable contribution exacted from citizens. I find it anomalous that we're talking about public-private partnerships when you just got out of one with Evergreen Living Innovations at a cost of $20 million in excess of subsidy amounts. 5, it should be stated that no preferences will be given to any particular private or not-for-profit entity. Full value must be paid for any property in an open, transparent, competitive bid environment with ample time afforded any party to make a bid. Thank you for receiving my comments.
Thank you. Next is Shelley McNaughton Lawrence.
Good morning. I'll start over here. Good morning. I'm Shelley McNaughton Lawrence. I'm the pastor at Aldersgate United Methodist Church in Olathe, and I'm speaking to you on behalf of the Housing Justice Steering Committee of the Good Faith Network. The Good Faith Network fully supports this item. We appreciate the board's leadership in advancing the land policy and its recognition that Johnson County must use every tool available, including land it already controls, to address our housing challenges. And making housing a standard part of redevelopment and capital planning is a meaningful step, and we are especially encouraged by the focus on residents of below 60% AMI, where the need is greatest. This framework gives the county a clear pathway to identify sites, engage the community, and develop plans that can lead to real housing outcomes. We are hopeful that this process will not only evaluate possibilities, but ultimately result in the creation of much-needed homes. We believe that it is the intent behind this work, but we want to make clear that our desire is to encourage the board to carry it forward into some concrete action. And that matters because there is a housing crisis, and crisis calls for commitment. Today, we are here to support this first step, and we will be here again with support, filling this room to overflowing when you are making even tougher decisions that produces housing units. And we look forward to that day with such hope. Thank you for your time today.
Okay, I believe that's all the registered public commenters we have on this item. We'll start questions and comments with Commissioner Brewer.
I just wanted to provide a couple comments and a clarification. I wanted to start with giving my heartfelt thanks to Commissioner Allenbrand, Commissioner Fast, and Commissioner Hanslick for the work that they did on the Housing Subcommittee back, I believe, starting in 2021, because it laid the groundwork for the vision and really the focus of today's ad hoc Housing Committee. And really, my thanks to both Commissioner Myers and Chair Kelly, who are, along with myself, are serving on that ad hoc committee. I remember Commissioner Myers at the very first meeting made a statement that has really stayed with me, and that is, let's be focused and let's be deliberate and let's move forward with some things. And I appreciate that staff really rose to that occasion with the research and this initial proposal that is very focused. I do want to clarify one thing. I appreciate the public comments. The first commenter, I felt went beyond where we're at today. Really, where we're at today is authorizing staff to do further research and further due diligence in the parcel and property inventory, so that we have some meat to work with to then answer some of the layered questions that our first public commenter shared. And so I appreciate those comments. I feel they were a little premature, and certainly they're good food for thought. If this action is approved today as we go into any next phase. I also look at this as an opportunity. The work that we're doing at the county can be replicated in other public entities, be it cities, be it school district, really also be it faith communities. Everyone can do an inventory of property and parcels and say, what is the best future use for that if it's no longer going to be used in the way which it was identified. So thank you.
Brandon.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Norris, several things I want to point out. I think this is a pathway to move forward, but something Ms. Nguyen brought to my attention, and I feel like you and I are on the same page, to talk about partnerships, because we have to look at ways to also generate revenue. We have a budget that's not sustainable, and we need to look at ways that we can partner to do things. And I think that in the past has been a missed opportunity. And I was so glad to hear that Ms. Nguyen brought that up, and I know that you stay focused on that as well. Because I think there's ways to look in the future of doing this, that we can generate revenue off of some of the development that goes into this. I think things that I really want to make sure that happen is that what I've seen with the state when we went in and had the ability to build at a certain price point because they had special relief, then those houses went up to market rate. And then we lost all that. So there wasn't a standard. So I'm hoping that a model type like either working with or something like Habitat for Humanity or Driven Development, where they can come in and provide some relief of, I know Driven Development can do that with their 501c. They can come in and build a lot cheaper than other developers, but also giving them the opportunity. So I don't want to sidetrack that, but to me, that's important. So I really appreciate looking at, what's out there, what inventory we have, but again, looking at not just giving everything away. And I feel like that you guys are all focused on that. So I'm in support of this to move forward, because any project that would come forth on any of our sites would be up for coming back to this commission. But again, I always appreciate your work, working with you on different committees that I'm on or boards, because we always look at, okay, what can we do to generate revenue or have partnerships? And I'm hoping more of that's going to come to light. So thank you.
Commissioner Ashcraft.
Oh, and I can just say real quick, thanks to the committee, the ad hoc.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, Mr. Chairman, I find this to be an interesting notion. I like the assertion of trying to dispose of any excess or unused property. That has been an issue brought before this commission in years past, and I think is generally accepted as an area of interest and is appropriate. I would be interested in learning if there currently are any properties that fall into that category. Will it include both parks and library properties, just for clarification?
I think we would need to have a conversation with those two entities separately to gain their level of interest.
Okay, fair enough. So, well, is this going to be an opportunity then for the county then to potentially be acting the role of landlord over homes or properties or homes, apartments, or however you might define it?
I don't believe that would be, that there's lots of different models and that could be implemented to accomplish increasing housing in Johnson County. I think we would first look to partnerships, and that's a focus area in the housing. And that's an initiative within the housing focus area, is looking for strategic partnerships. So I think that would be first and foremost where we'd want to look at our assets and how we can connect our assets to a partner, whether it be a private partner or a nonprofit partner, to serve in that capacity that has that expertise.
Okay. So, but does the policy exclude the county in functioning as a landlord?
I think this policy is pretty, it's broad right now and gives us the runway to explore many different models and opportunities. So,
okay.
But I understand the concern, yes.
Okay. One last question then, Mr. Chair. So this, and I commend the committee for working on this, appears to be a substantive proposal. Is there a schedule for additional proposals that are in development, or, this is the first one, and are there others that are pending or will be coming forward in the next 6 months, year?
Well, I think we can speak to that. There will be, we anticipate it. Do we know exactly what those are yet today? We can't speak with any certainty on the timing of those, but I think this shows a great first step of a substantive policy in an expeditious fashion for a group like the ad hoc. So I think you can expect that there will be more, but I don't know that timeline to give it to you today.
Thank you.
Commissioner Myers.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I wrote down some words and phrases that I think pretty much explains what we're really wanting to establish today with this new development land policy. I wrote down inventory and analyze. That's extremely important for us to be able to know what we have and what the possibilities are. We need to put assets to work, and then tools available, looking at tools that we have available to us. I know, Mr. Ashcraft, with your question, I think that's a future policy question that, you know, we look at as a board, as our committee, and as a board as a whole. So I think that's down the road. But today we're really looking at just wanting to figure out what we have, how we, you know, if there's some places where we can put some things to work, and then what kind of tools we have available to us to make those types of things possibly happen.
Commissioner Hansel.
Thank you. Well, thank you to the ad hoc committee and to you, Mr. Norris, for bringing this idea forward. First of all, I have to say, I want to know more about what it's like to live over a firehouse. I kind of like to sleep. That doesn't sound like a very appealing place to live, but I don't know. I've also had a lot of information about libraries that have housing built above the library. So I hope at some point that will be a consideration. But I just want to clarify my understanding of what is being presented today is a very high, broad overview that gives staff the direction to look into further possibilities. And that includes, as I understand it, the use of unused or underused county properties, first of all, to dispose of any that could be disposed of, or to retain ownership of that land and maybe do a public-private partnership to build something on that land, but the county retains the ownership of it. I know there was one example of, I think, a place they did a grocery store, and the county retained the land, and they got some kind of income off of this grocery store that was built there. And then third would be to incorporate housing into, if possible, into future county development. So would that be accurate? That it could be any of those possibilities or others?
Yes.
Okay, and then, you know, we talked about at some point looking at libraries, parks. Has this study or the national putting assets to work, have they looked at other unused or underused tax exempt property in the county? Does that, not just the county's property, but what other tax exempt property is available? Maybe through cities. Did the cities have some potential property? Do faith communities have property? Not that that's the focus of this item, but would that be something to look at in the future, that this could be the example of how that could start?
Yes, there are examples across the country of all levels of government, all types of property owners utilizing this approach, particularly in the city of Atlanta. They have 45 public land projects that have been either completed or in the works. Several of those are interesting partnerships between school districts, transit agencies, city, county, faith communities. So there's an endless selection of partners. Yeah.
I appreciate that. I know I've had conversations with the superintendent of Shawnee Mission Schools, and I know he's very supportive and interested in being involved in this kind of potential housing solutions. So,
And I think that one of the intentions of a policy kind of setting the vision and a bit of a roadmap is that it could be replicable, right? So I think some of the intentionality around the broad net that we are casting is exactly for that. So if there are other entities within the county or outside of the county that say, this sounds interesting, where do we start? This is a place that they could look to.
appreciate that. And just one other question is, if it's county property, but it's within a city, anything that's done would have to follow all of the city ordinances and zoning and all of that kind of thing. So it wouldn't be just the county coming in and saying, we're going to do something. It would have to be in conjunction with falling under the city's codes and ordinances.
Well, I think item 6 in the resolution that really tries to speak to, we want to be a partner. That's the key word here. And we want to be a good neighbor wherever we would go. So we'd want to get feedback and be inclusive in a conversation with neighbors.
Thank you.
Commissioner Fast.
Yes. So it was it 2 years ago, Commissioner Hanslick and I met with city councilors from Overland Park and Trish, the library staff, when they were looking at selling Antioch Branch. And these Overland Park city councilors were very supportive of how could the county, and cities and library, create a housing option together with library, but the library felt like there was really no policy or direction. So I think this is really a good conversation. The library is now looking at Prairie Village and what they're doing there. So I think this is really a first step. I will also say that when on our housing committee, we asked staff to bring forth all the easement parcels, and there was hundreds of easement parcels that the county has. But it was determined in those discussions that most of those easements weren't large enough to have housing and would require working with Overland Park or developers who had some neighboring land. And so we have a lot of easement parcels that I would also like to look at. How do we maximize for green space or for small neighborhood parks, working with the city to categorize those easements? So we never went forth with a policy, but I think there's more work to do on really analyzing those easement parcels when we looked at them. I also want to say that I served on a statewide rural housing development nonprofit group to develop affordable housing in rural communities for seniors, persons with disabilities. And the way that most of those projects worked was these rural cities would grant the nonprofits some land, would grant them, different, funds to, whether they didn't have to pay fees, development fees, in order to make that project. So these affordable housing projects require really this sandwich approach. And that, land is often critical in order to pen it out to be an affordable housing unit for seniors or persons with disabilities. So I'm fully for this. I think putting assets to work, is a way to maximize our utilized resources, our public land infrastructure for a community benefit. I think it provides a way to provide a benefit without increasing taxes, a benefit to operationalize perhaps some new revenue to increase efficiency by bringing together stakeholders, cities, and the county. So I will be voting for it and can make the motion at any time.
Commissioner Fast, we've all had an opportunity to speak on this once. Why don't you go ahead and make the motion, and then we'll continue discussion.
Okay. Oh, wait, I just pulled up the last one as I said that. I move to approve resolution number 045-26, establishing the land policy and directing staff to evaluate the incorporation of housing on county-controlled sites.
Brewer, second.
So moved by Commissioner Fast, seconded by Commissioner Brewer. One thing that I want to say is just to recognize, to Commissioner Fast's point, the foundation of work that's gone into housing in Johnson County. This isn't something that is without precedent, not only across the nation, but the work that has been contemplated within the subcommittee or previous subcommittees' work. But the focus area that housing has been for us for the last few years. And I think there's a number of great things to point to, whether it be the Sunflower Project, the Oikos Project, the Pathways Project. And so it's not just about getting people around the table. We've created those tables. Those tables have been conversing. Now it's about action. Now it's about actually, while recognizing the needs of the community and looking at best practices, actually implementing those best practices. And so I'm very grateful for the work that's gone into establishing this policy, putting a specific date on the policy, and making sure that we are utilizing all the tools in the toolkit and creating a broad arsenal to develop more housing within our community. So thank you, everybody, for the work that's been done, for the conversations that we have led, and for now the actual work that we are putting forward. Commissioner Allenbrand.
Sorry, I'm doing a round two, but thank you, Chair, for summing that up, because there is a tremendous amount of work that has been going on in the past that we're just now coming to light. And so a lot of work had been done previously when we were on the first committee. I met with a couple developers who volunteered to draw architectural designs, and we met with the Olathe schools, Spring Hill schools, Gardner, Edgerton, and talked to Commissioner Myers working on the Shawnee. So there's land around there. So when you get to that point, let me know, and whoever is in the district, we can work together to continue those conversations. But I think also that Commissioner Fast, again, stepping out of the box, when you talk about the library and you look at City Center and how Lenexa City Center, how that works, and you look at other big cities and how they've done partnerships, I'm excited to see that we are going to be looking at doing that. Not only is it a way for revenue, but it's also a way to share costs. And I think that's something that we have to look at. And so I'm excited to hear that. And I think also challenging the churches as well. We've had one with the Habitat housing on it, but I think there's more. I know they have regular meetings, but I think there's more ways to help generate revenue and other ways that we can get things done together. And I know I'd be willing in my cities to, once you guys get to the point with your ad hoc, talk to our city, which I've done a couple of that with some of my cities, but challenge them and, what can we do together and what's available in your own cities. So thank you for the work, and I'm in full support.
Commissioner Ashcraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, Mr. Chair, I'm supportive of the review and analysis of excess properties, although I thought we were already doing that. But if that review goes forward and you find some additional properties, more power to you. And I hope that as the committee goes forward, they are able to consider opportunities that make the building and development of housing stock as robust and as builder-friendly as possible, because to keep prices down, to moderate them, the supply has to increase, and of both homes and apartments. And there's a lot of building going on, but I would submit that much more is needed. What I am reticent about, though, Mr. Chairman, is a policy that would allow or lead to or in any way would support the county being a landlord. So consequently, my vote will reflect that concern.
Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you. I just wanted to mention, because this week we had our Mid-America Regional Council Board meeting, and one of the items that was on our agenda is regarding the Regional Housing and Transportation Coordination Plan. And Mark has created a group that is looking at how to coordinate housing opportunities, especially along transit corridors. And I know that this council includes some folks from Johnson County, developers, representative from the Home Builders Association. So I think it's important to keep in mind what's going on regionally as well as what's happening here in Johnson County, and hopefully there can be some communication between our ad hoc committee and what's going on at the regional level. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Brewer.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to remind everyone when we think about this policy today, because I have a little bit of a pause, Commissioner Ashcraft, in your final observation and your comments. I feel like we're being very intentional that we're taking one bite at a time of the apple. So the very first bite we're doing is in this policy is very limited and very tight. It's saying we're giving the opportunity, we're wanting staff to expend capacity and expertise to do the inventory of the sites. And I understand what Commissioner Ashcraft was sharing about. I thought there already was an inventory because we had a study session not too long from facilities on some of our buildings, but this is more of a through the lens of what could be appropriate for this type of endeavor, reviewing all the different ways in which an endeavor like this could be operationalized, and really coming back to the ad hoc committee with the findings from that, potential recommendations, and further discussion. And then that becomes, if it moves out of the Housing Ad Hoc Committee back to this board, that becomes a separate policy decision that gets more into the weeds and more where I think you're already at, Commissioner Ashcraft, and I don't think we're there yet. I think this is a very narrow scope, just approving the putting the resources into doing the inventory, doing the further research, and doing research that would allow staff to come back with some opportunities or options that then become a separate policy decision. And I'm looking to Mr. Norris to make sure that I have given that overview accurately.
Yes.
Okay, and then I'll just make one other observation. You know, you may have seen recently in the media that so as many of us do, we interact with our city and school districts and other counterparts on new and emerging work that we're working on. And so subsequent to the Housing Ad Hoc Committee discussion on this, there has been conversations and sharing of information. And I was a little excited to see Overland Park identify some of land that it has and identify a potential partner in Driven Development, someone that the county did an official signal of trying to work towards with a housing nonprofit, developer towards some housing solutions. I look at that and I feel like we help seed some land, seed some ideas and germinate and see our partners going forward in actionable items. That excites me. It shows that the work we're doing here and the fact that we're working and communicating with partners is hopefully going to bear fruit throughout the county. So thank you.
All right, any further questions or comments at this time? Seeing none, let's have the clerk call the roll on Commissioner Fast's motion.
Commissioner Fast.
Aye.
Commissioner Myers.
Myers, aye.
Commissioner Brewer.
Brewer, aye.
Commissioner Hanslick.
Hanslick, aye.
Commissioner Ashcraft.
No.
Commissioner Allenbrand.
Allenbrand, aye.
Chairman Kelly.
Aye, 6 in favor, 1 against. Is that consistent with your count?
It is.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Norris. Thank you, Ms. Nguyen. Thank you, Ms. Foreman. We'll move on at this time to resolution number 046-26. It's the consideration of the Johnson County Park District's Sunflower Nature Park proposed exchange and conversion. Jeff Stewart, the Executive Director of JCPRD, is here to present the item. I'm glad to have added this item to the agenda. Mr. Stewart, welcome back.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that, Chairman. Good morning, Commissioners, and may I wish you happy opening day, as well as our beloved Kansas City Royals, wishing them a healthy and successful season, one of my favorite days of the year. Before I get started and introduce this topic, I do want to introduce some colleagues that are here with me this morning as well. Andy Logan is the legal counsel for JCPRD to assist with any legal questions you may have for the item before you. Rhonda Pollard, our Deputy Director. And then over my right shoulder is Brian Nowotny. He's our Superintendent of Parks and Golf Courses and has been the lead in this particular item and will be sharing the particulars with you here in just a moment. The resolution that is before you to consider here today is for a potential land exchange of park property. It's important to note that the initial request came from the City of DeSoto as development continues within the City of DeSoto, in particular the former Sunflower Army ammunition plant site. That request initially came from the City of DeSoto in 2023, where they expressed an interest in Edgerton Road continuing south in through Sunflower Nature Park into the development site for development plans that were forthcoming. Shortly thereafter that, JCPRD began the initial process for master planning the greater Kill Creek Park area, which includes the 2,000 acres of future park property adjacent to Kill Creek Park. So eventually, it will be JCPRD's and Johnson County's largest regional park at just over 3,000 acres. So as we went through that process, we also had some discoveries on the landscape out there and discovered some opportunities that would benefit our community, or we felt would benefit our community. And so we had an engagement process to continue to explore that. I'm pleased to share with you that master planning process is coming to the end here, where we'll soon here in April be presenting it to the JCPRD Board of Park and Recreation Commissioners. And so without further ado, I would like to introduce Brian Nowotny to go through the particulars that are before you to consider here today. So Brian, if you would.
Thank you, Jeff, and thank you, Commissioners. Good morning. Appreciate the opportunity to present in front of you today this proposal that we have for the potential exchange of Sunflower Nature Park for additional parkland. Just a little bit of history as we start out about the site that is known as Sunflower Nature Park today. It was acquired in 1974 from the federal government. The tract, approximately 60 acres, was originally a part of the original former Sunflower Army ammunition plant, and through the Federal Lands to Parks program, it was acquired in 1974 by the Park and Recreation District. Additionally, in 1983, the district receives a small grant to fund improvements on the site through the Land and Water Conservation Fund and the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks. As Director Stewart noted, the proposal in front of you today is to support moving forward with the next step for the potential exchange and conversion of the 60 acres, approximately 60 acres known as the Sunflower Nature Park, for approximately 212 acres of additional new parkland that would be immediately adjacent to lands that are promised to JCPRD through a 2,000-acre transfer from the Sunflower Redevelopment Corporation. There are some prerequisites that we wanted to share regarding this proposed exchange and conversion that are required by our state and federal partners, the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks and the National Park Service. They do include us proposing replacement property, the approximate 212 acres that would have to be found suitable by the state and federal partners, a proposal for new community recreational amenities on the new parkland that would be supported not only by the community, but the state's statewide outdoor comprehensive recreation plan, the SCORP. The exchange and conversion property must have a higher appraised value than the parkland that is being substituted for. Of course, governing body approval, both you as well as the JCPRD Board of Commissioners. And the parkland that would be exchanged, the new parkland, must be accessible to the public within the first 12 months after the state and federal partners have approved the conversion and exchange. So the big question is, as Director Stewart queued up, why are we here today? What is affecting this proposal? Why is there a need to consider an exchange of Sunflower Nature Park? In short, the neighborhood and the immediate area around the nature park is drastically changing. What was once a semi-rural, very agricultural area is rapidly changing into Astra Enterprise Park, an industrial park that provide economic opportunities and new jobs for Johnson County residents. It is located along 103rd Street, or what's now known as Energy Way, at a new intersection of Edgerton Road, the roundabout there on the image on your left. The Panasonic plant that you're all familiar with is a neighbor, is adjacent to the Sunflower Nature Park. City of DeSoto recently rezoned to industrial use the land surrounding Sunflower Nature Park, and it is planned for significant industrial and commercial development over the next few years, something that they're actively working on. But specifically, the City of DeSoto's proposal to extend Edgerton Road through the nature park is probably the single most significant factor that brings us here today. They've identified future extension of Edgerton Road as a primary arterial connector to get from the current Energy Way in the northern parts of the city, K10, into Astra Enterprise Park. We've heard there's been some estimate that is potentially as many as 1,000 semi-trucks a day could use future Edgerton Road based on the type of industrial development that the city of DeSoto is courting along with their partners at SRL. A little bit more detail on what the proposal would include that we would be required to submit to our state and federal partners. It would include significant public engagement, hearing from Johnson County residents, and we do have a little bit more information to share with you on that this morning. A detailed conversion proposal that would include the justification for the proposed exchange and conversion, detailed survey, appraisal work, and title work, all of which has been initiated and is currently underway. A detailed Phase 1 environmental assessment of the property, a very important component that we have undertaken already and received the results back for. I believe you know, but it's worth mentioning again this morning, JCPRD is committed to not accepting any properties from the former Sunflower Ammunition Plant until it is certified clean to residential standards from the Kansas Department of Health and Environment. That would include this proposed 212-acre exchange property. And then, of course, detailed plans, schedule, and budget for the proposed exchange project. I mentioned we received already a great deal of public feedback. Director Stewart mentioned that we are currently in the process of updating the long-range master plan for Greater Kill Creek Park when this opportunity for the exchange with DeSoto and SRL came forward. So we took the opportunity as part of 2 public open houses that were conducted last summer, one on August 3rd and one on October 4th, to include for the public's review and input information about the potential exchange and conversion of Sunflower Nature Park. It was not the primary focus of those public open houses. The primary focus was Greater Kill Creek Park in the proposed 2,000-acre future transfer lands, 2,000-acre transfer acreage from Sunflower Redevelopment Corporation. But it was a great opportunity to have it as a part of the input. And we did get some initial good public feedback from the public about what they might like to see on this proposed 212 acres in addition to the larger Greater Kill Creek Park area. And for the most part, the public was very supportive of the proposal for us to take a closer look at it and gave us some good feedback on the type of input, the type of recreational amenities they would like to see developed, not only at the Greater Kill Creek Parkland, but also on the potential exchange and conversion side. That public input led JCPRD and our consultant that we're working with to put together this conceptual plan for the entire park. On the right of the image, that's what you know is Kill Creek Park proper. The large amount of property in green on the map that goes around kind of in a U shape, that is primarily the proposed 2,000-acre transfer property from SRL to JCPRD over the next few years as the property is remediated and cleaned to those residential standards I mentioned earlier. The proposed exchange properties are on the top north side of that western leg, so the far kind of top left of that map image. That is the location of the potential exchange and conversion properties. This is a little bit greater level of detail into those two tracts that make up the 212 acres. The northern wooded tract is really a spectacular piece of property. It's 120 acres, part of the former Sunflower Army Ammunition Plant, but it is probably the most pristine acreage on that entire site. It's very wooded. It contains portions of Captain Creek, so there's a watershed that goes through there, a lot of wildlife habitat, similar to what you would want in a nature park. That area was never developed as part of the ammunition plant for production that went on there for many decades, so it really is a nice site. The other site immediately adjacent to it is what's known as the O-line tract. That tract does contain some historic buildings from the former Army ammunition plant. However, they were never activated. They were structures that were built much later out of concrete for production, but production never took place. The Army decommissioned those sites before production ever went into, it took place. So they are relatively good condition now, and of course would go through that same process of certification through KDHE to being clean to residential standards. You can see some of the amenities that the public has told us that they would like to see. It was no surprise. Keep the general park areas as natural as possible, preserve the open space, preserve the native tree cover, but also provide opportunities for walking and bicycling. We see that quite often in many of our master planning efforts, and that was direct feedback that we received for this potential proposal for exchange and conversion as well. Disc golf is something else that's gaining great popularity. We have 5 disc golf courses right now in the park system, and they're extremely busy, very popular. We have a great relationship with the Disc Golf Association, and so this was also an area identified would be very suitable to be able to have low-impact type recreational development in the expansion of a 9-hole or 9-basket disc golf course. Last but not least, with the history of the site, something the public told us that they would like to see is more opportunity to learn about the history of Johnson County, both this property before it was developed for the ammunition plant, what took place when it was an ammunition plant, is something we think would have great opportunity for historical interpretation on this site with informational display boards, opportunity to be able to examine the existing structures, and other opportunities that we would further develop. So we took all that information about what the public had told us. Again, the first 2 public hearings were a part of the Greater Kill Creek Park Master Planning, but we knew that wasn't enough. We knew we needed to give more opportunities for our citizens to be able to review what was proposed, this potential exchange, understand it, ask their questions. And so on January 14th of this year, we held a public hearing, a public open house in partnership with the City of DeSoto to just focus in on this potential proposed exchange and conversion conversion of this parkland. Very happy that we had good turnout from the citizens that night. Over 20 attended, asked a lot of great questions, and gave us an additional good feedback about what they would like to see, potentially, if they would like to see this exchange and what they'd like to see in the parkland. We had a survey that was available to citizens that night to be able to give us specific written feedback. They did. Over 20 responses came in, and we're happy to see that 17 of the 21 were expressing favor. They were in favor of the proposed exchange, and they gave us their positive feedback about the type of amenities that could be built on this site in the future. This was not the only opportunity, obviously, to give feedback. From last spring, we had information on the JCPRD website to the public to educate them about what this opportunity was, as well as that online survey dating back to spring of '25. This was just the most recent opportunity for the public to give us their feedback. So with that, a timeline of what's before us today. Last week at their March 18th regular meeting, the JCPRD board held their required public hearing for this proposed exchange and conversion of the parkland. We did receive testimony from the city administrator of DeSoto that night at the public hearing. He expressed obviously his support, the city's support for this exchange and conversion, and he also gave us a little bit of good news that we weren't expecting. He let us know that the city had just recently received a $1.8 million grant funding through SRL to help replace the ball fields that are at Sunflower Nature Park. And so that was very welcome news. They have a new master plan for one of their community parks in DeSoto, Riverfest Park. It has new ball fields and soccer fields on that plan, and he shared with us that night, with the board that night, that grant to be able to actually build those to a better standard than what's at Sunflower Nature Park. So that was welcome news. At the conclusion of that public hearing, unanimously, the JCPRD board, Park Board did vote to approve the resolution supporting moving forward with the proposal to our state and federal partners. We're here before you today and appreciate the opportunity for your consideration. With your approval, we would have the opportunity to submit a preliminary submission of the proposal to our state and federal partners, Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks, and the National Park Service. They have asked for that preliminary submission. Once we submit that to them, we think they would need 30 to 60 days to review that and give us their formal feedback and response, at which time around July on that schedule, we'd be able to submit the formal proposal to them. Once they have our formal proposal, when we take that step, we've been told not to expect any official response back from those state and federal partners. They have a thorough review process, as you would expect, that at least 6 months it takes for them to review a formal submission, but it also could be up to 12 months or longer, depending upon what type of additional questions they have. So we're hopeful that the preliminary submission will answer a lot of those initial questions, but it is a federal process that we must go through, and so it could be up to a year or more once we've made that official submission to them. With that, we thank you again for the opportunity to share this information with you, and we'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Mr. Nawani, thank you very much. Thank you to Mr. Stewart. We're going to ask you to step aside. We do have a registered public commenter on this item, so we'll ask the clerk to let us know when we're ready to receive that public comment. Very good. Mr. Ben Hobart.
Ben Hobart, Westwood Hills. I note your resolution, Chairman Kelly and Commissioners, I note your resolution says you're approving the agreement. One, neither the Johnson County Parks and Recreation agenda packet for the March 18 meeting and public hearing, nor today's packet contain the land exchange conversion agreement. How can JCPRD and this board legally approve an agreement that has not been reviewed and the terms of which have not been subject to public disclosure and scrutiny? Two, has the process up to this point, or will the process subsequently comply with the requirements of KSA 19-211 with respect to the disposition of the 60 acres of Sunflower Nature Park, which is county property? Three, the Sunflower Ammunition Property Plant site consists of 9,065 acres of land. The proposed exchange property is 212 acres carved out of it. Do any of the 212 acres contain any acreage in one of the contaminated areas of the ammunition plant? 4, Mr. Stewart's briefing sheet states in relevant part, quote, "JCPRD has committed to not accepting ownership of any property from the former Sunflower Army Ammunition Plant site until it is certified clean to residential standards by the Kansas Department of Health and Environment." What happens if some portion of the 212 acres is not certified clean? 5, I note that online Sunflower Environmental Cleanup FAQ states in relevant part, quote, "All soil is expected to be remediated by 2028 and groundwater 2 years after," end quote. Why not wait until the remediation is complete if any of the 212 acres is in fact contaminated? Thank you for receiving my comments.
Thank you. We'll go to comments and questions of the board. Welcome Mr. Nawatney, Mr. Stewart, to answer any questions that may arise. We'll start with Commissioner Myers.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have all the answers to Mr. Hobart's questions. I think I know quite a few of them, but I'll let Mr. Watney or Mr. Stewart or council speak to any irregularities in the process, which I don't believe there are any. But I do want to thank you, Mr. Watney, for your presentation. Mr. Stewart, again, thank you. I think I can speak for the board as being a member of the Johnson County Parks and Recreation Board that they are very excited about this exchange. This is one of those fun situations in government that I don't want to say is rare, but it doesn't happen all the time. You have the Parks and Recreation Board happy, excited. You have staff happy, excited. You have the city of DeSoto happy and excited. And you have residents that are happy and excited to see this exchange take place and to move forward with the project. So again, just being part of that situation is refreshing. There's not, I don't want to say it's rare, but I want to say, that's a lot of entities and a lot of people that take a look to see if this is something that's agreeable and worthwhile doing. And from my perspective, I see it being very beneficial to Johnson County Parks and Recreation. And again, I think on the city side, they believe it's beneficial to them. So those were going to be my comments. And then as far as any questions that anybody has, I'd be glad to help try to answer situations. But I know Mr. Stewart, Mr. Watney, and legal is going to be able to answer some of the questions that were raised by the speaker if anyone wishes those to be answered.
Commissioner Allenbrand.
Thank you, Chair, and Commissioner Myers, thank you for your comments. And this is a rare. When I first got elected to the commission, we were in the process of doing the annexation and, working with DeSoto, and I had the privilege of working with past Chair Ed Eilerd and, looking at, this park land, and I am excited about it. And so it's been going on for a long time. The cleanup's been going on for a long time. I have lived here all my life, and I have to say that's, 70 years now. So listening to, why are you coughing? She looks older. But anyway, so it's been going on for a long time. And the process of this cleanup, and several people from Parks and Rec, several people from the county, and our staff have been part of those meetings. And those certifications are coming as a residential or business certification, as your title, as you're purchasing it. I think you should be on a radio or television because you went so fast, and either that or I'm slow. And I apologize, for some reason, I've gone paperless and it didn't download on my side. I kept refreshing it, but for some reason I didn't get it. So is there any way that you could go back, just because if I get a call, where is this, what piece of that property is being switched? But anyway, you got a great voice. You ought to be on some kind of ad or commercial.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I absolutely can answer that question. Thank you for asking about this specific location. This map is probably the best one to show the location.
Yeah, just tell me what, I know you said west.
Yes, so on the left side, top left side of the
Okay,
map.
trailhead access.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
That
that's
trailhead
it.
access would be right in between, in the middle of the 212 acres. And that is immediately south of 103rd Street, or Energy Way as it's known now.
Okay.
You can see the label for Sunflower Nature Park there at the top. That is directly on Energy Way. So the 212 is just kind of to the south and a little bit to the
Okay.
west.
Okay. The other question I have, I was well aware of the soccer fields and the baseball, because I was in one of the council meetings, and that's exciting. And correct me, so is Johnson County Parks and Rec, are we in charge of those fields, or is that a city? So I was trying to figure out how the $1 million would benefit us.
Yes, so the $1 million will go directly to the city of DeSoto to
Correct.
build new ball fields at their Riverfest Park. Currently, we have a lease with the city of DeSoto
Okay.
for the existing 2 ball fields at Sunflower
Great.
Nature Park. So they have been a good partner over the years maintaining and programming those fields. JCPRD does not do that directly.
Okay, but we have some part of it, or not?
We do own the property.
Okay.
We do own the Sunflower Nature Park property, and we have the lease for operations
Gotcha.
of the ball
Okay.
fields
You know,
with the city of
I'm
DeSoto.
checking revenue. And Chairman, I want to let you know, just because of the World Cup coming and all the soccer playing, that was a top priority of getting those soccer fields in. One other thing, I just want to remind everyone how important this is at Johnson County Parks and Recs. Their before and after school, their programs is #1 in the state. And there is a huge waiting list, and this will be able to offer some of those services there. But I think you're also looking at some maybe developmental services to provide different things going on in the park, which will be something that we've not really, well, we've done, but this is going to take it to a new level. So one thing I'm hoping that you're doing somewhere near Panasonic or where there's a lot of employees, think about putting a coffee shop or something that we can generate some revenue. Just wanted to put that in your ear.
Great idea, thank you.
To help, yeah, I mean, I think I've heard from people using those parks, and that would be, of course, I also hear if they could sell beer or some wine, but anyway, I thought I'd just bring up coffee shops. So I'm in full support of this. I just wanted to make sure I knew exactly where it was. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ashcraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, this is a huge land grant and trade. I mean, it's really phenomenal. I look at this, though, and I can imagine that there's a little part of Mr. Stewart that still adheres to the core parks philosophy. Once you have land, you never give it up. So I commend you for working through that. But the speaker did raise an interesting question. Have we received testing or significant assurance about potential contaminants in this property to pretty much alleviate concerns that we may have a problem in the future, and I suspect federal review will include that. And the extension of that question is, if we happen to find some nasty, is there still an opportunity to reconsider this agreement, or if this is approved, it's approved?
Yes, sir. Thank you for the question. Great question. I can assure you that's been one that's been on our minds as well from day one. We have received initial environmental review documentation through our Phase 1 study for these 2 sites. That study did not yield any significant environmental concerns on this site. The work for previous remediation that the Army and SRL has done is satisfying any of those potential contaminants that would be on those sites. We are still going through that process with both those agencies, the Army and Sunflower Redevelopment, to receive that final certification that they will be clean to residential standards standards, but all of the work we've done so far has yielded no red flags per se that we have a contaminant issue that we need to be concerned about. But our due diligence will absolutely continue, and we will get that certification before this agreement could be approved by all parties.
So there is a clawback okay, thank you.
Commissioner Hanslick.
Thank you. Well, I have to say Sunflower Nature Park is one of my very favorite parks in our whole system. It's small, it's just a delightful, easy, walkable little park. So part of me is very sad that we're going to be losing that, but I totally understand. I mean, 60 acres in exchange for 212 acres, that's not a bad deal. But I will miss it, and I'll have to get out there a few more times before it's gone. But the question I have is about the potential exchange property. Is there any required timeline to develop that new property? And what is the plan to pay for that development? It's sometime in the future.
Great questions, and yes, there is a timeline that is required through the state and federal process. That includes an initial 12-month period to where the property would be made available and open to the public. We do have a plan for access off 127th Street to where in 12 months we believe we could satisfy that requirement, get the property opened up so that there could be some initial exploration opportunities in a safe way for the public. We then have an opportunity over the following 24 to 36 months to implement the first phases of development, the walking trails, the bicycle trails, the disc golf course that I mentioned that the public's very interested in, and that would be funded through the JCPRD capital improvement program that we work on, and we update every year for a 5-year plan.
Well, thank you. And is there money currently in that CIP to do that first phase?
There is money in the plan in terms of the overall budget available, and what we would do is we would go back and we'll be reviewing this year the allocations for the next 5 years with approval to move forward to program those funds in that 5-year plan so they would be available. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. I think we're all aware that we're moving into our 2027 budget process, and it's very tight. And I'm very interested in what impact this acquisition of this property might have on that, and what are our obligations, and in what time frame for that. So I may be wanting to follow up with some more questions, but thank you.
Commissioner Fast.
Yes, I'm with Commissioner Hanslick. I love this park because it's a very natural park. And I would love to see most of Sunflower be more natural, like Sunflower is, versus a lot of money spent on, and to be really preserve that natural conservation. One concern I have about is that pond there. I mean, it's it's a central location for birds, wildlife. Do you know, will the road go through that pond? To me, it's a watershed area, and how do we maintain, and maybe that's our stormwater guidelines, maintain that watershed, and by you giving that up, we're losing a watershed wildlife corridor.
The city's proposal for the extension of Edgerton Road South would go close to the pond that you're referring to, Commissioner, on the Sunflower Nature Park site, but it would not go through it. So what the future of that specific location would be up to the city's development regulations and the plans that would be put forward for the site if exchanged and converted. It's an excellent point for the wildlife habitat. There are some very nice water features as well. A live creek, Captain Creek, on the proposed exchange properties. The 120 of the 212 does contain significant wooded areas, very natural areas that we would look to with our planners for future nature park areas, including those creek corridors, those important watersheds that provide that wildlife habitat. So it is a similar, it's not an exact, would not be an exact exchange of the exact type of landscape features, but it would be very similar, providing even more wildlife habitat on that proposed 212 acres.
Maybe you can put a sign up at Sunflower Nature Park, birds go this way. We got a new spot.
They'll
for
find
you.
us. Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am, they'll find us.
Commissioner Burr.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to go back, and I'm not sure who this question may be for, but I just want to affirm that all procedural details were and all relevant public information was available during that decision-making process, just so we can kind of put that particular question to rest.
Yes, ma'am, it has been, and it was. All information was made available prior to and during the official public hearing that the JCPRD board held last week.
Excellent, thank you. And then my final question, I think you answered a lot of it. And so I think Commissioner Hanslick, I think you and I were on the same page when I looked at, I think it's, one, I'm very excited. I know the long-term planning of the park is that connectivity and coming along streamways that may not be otherwise developable for usable space, and really leaning into pass along streamways so that we can preserve and remediate streamways and also enjoy our streamways. But we are accepting about 3 times the amount of acreage that we're exchanging. So in one end aspect, good deal making, but the other aspect is go forward cost and making sure that we have a plan, and that it sounds as though there's an element of preserving the natural environment that would not maybe be as intensively developed as if you were doing something else to the property. Am I getting a correct interpretation of where you're going with that particular parcel?
Yes, ma'am, you are. That is exactly the feedback we've heard from our citizens, our residents, when they've come out to our public open houses and hearings. Keep as much as possible natural, keep the beautiful open space, the wooded areas natural, and then have that limited complementary development like trails through those areas. You mentioned streamways. This is a streamway protection dreamland for parkland. It contains Kill Creek, Spoon Creek, Captain Creek that we'll be able to preserve for future generations in their natural state.
So am I correct that go forward maintenance, when you want to really preserve things as natural in the natural environment as possible, that helps mediate some go forward, maintenance and operation costs? It helps.
Yes, ma'am, it absolutely does. And everything will fit into our newly adopted natural resource master plan for JCPRD.
Thank you.
So, guys, is a big win. Simple as that. The Parks Board, and particularly the Park staff, do amazing work, and I appreciate that we're kind of scratching the surface of the conversations that they've gone through for months and the public feedback that they've received and incorporated into this. To Jeff's point, this is rare. We can look back at this and say it was rare, but I was there. I was able to see and be part of a preservation for the future generations of Johnson County, and that's something that we can all be proud of. So with that, everybody's had a chance to speak. I'm going to ask for a motion. Coach Myers, you want to do it?
Thank you, Chair. I move to adopt Resolution 04626, approving the FLP/LWCF land exchange conversion agreement between JCPRD and Sunflower Redevelopment LLC for the exchange of parkland.
Allenbrand, second.
So moved by Commissioner Myers, second by Commissioner Allenbrand. Further discussion, Commissioner Allenbrand?
Yeah, sorry, but I want to say a couple more things. First of all, I want everyone here to know on this commission that Mr. Stewart and your team have looked at preserving this natural park, even so much so that we still have the copperheads and rattlesnakes out there, so you need to be careful when you're out walking. So there's all that nature that's still there, but also the cool buildings that are out there that you'll be able to create programming around, and taking us back into early years when that was a very robust community, and that's what it was. It was a town, a community of thriving, and just to see some of that restored. And I also want to let my fellow commissioners know the need that we have in my district for before and after school programming and having summer programs going on and the waiting lists that are out there. And that at one time was a priority of our board, you know, trying to help get that into place and the need for that. And I am crying for support here to do that. And then also, Mr. Stewart, you are strategically putting together, I don't even want to call it a board or a committee of companies to help support some of the funding for this. So you're already ahead of what our questions are, and I just want to let my fellow commissioners know that that's also in place. And it's going to be exciting to go out there and to see I hope I see it in my lifetime, all the parts connecting. So anyway, thank you.
Jeff, how many miles of dual spine track?
So the overall vision, what I wanted to kind of tee up for the future here as we continue to zone in on what the future of this property will be, this 3,000 acres. This is, I can't overstate the generational opportunity that we have here before us. And quite frankly, in my opinion, the timing of this is now. With the development that is happening, the change in landscape, this is the kind of park project that professionals like myself dream of. And we can take a site here through the engagement that we've had with the community and really make this an incredible benefit. Not a little bit of a spoiler alert, I was tuned into the comments that all of you made today, and I think you're going to be really, really pleased with what the community has shaped for their vision for this entire 3,000 acres. The natural landscape that we'll have, the protection of our natural resources will very much be a top priority and a focus. I'll give you just a little bit of, to answer Chair's question. The vision here is we believe we can have over 100 miles of trail system throughout this 3,000 acre park site. Now that will be natural trails and our multi-use trails, our hard surface trails combined. To scale that for you, JCPRD has a little over 150 miles in total throughout the entire county. So this will be a significant park development for our community, and I think for generations, many generations to come, they'll just truly benefit from it. So it's a true joy. We're teeing it up. There's going to be a great vision to share with you here soon. I know we're focused in on the potential exchange property that I think will add to that vision.
Commissioner Hansley, do you want to close us out?
Sure. Hate to be a downer, but I've been thinking about Mr. Watney's response about that in 12 months it needs to be open to the public, and then in 24 to 36 months the first phase has to be done. My question is, will JCPRD be coming back to this board within the next 2 years for additional funding to develop that exchange property?
Yeah, so I might answer that question in two parts. So for that particular exchange property, our intent as we continue to move forward with this process, pending your support with this resolution today, will be to revisit the JCPRD capital improvement plan. It is an opportunity. It's likely we'll have some shifting around to be able to meet the required timelines from our federal and state partners. So we're prepared to do that. I mentioned the overall vision here. This vision is not a funded vision at this point in time. The legacy plan itself is not fully funded at this point in time. So I think it'll be our responsibility, our duty to have continued conversations about how we are able to do this in parallel with some of the important developments that are happening as our community continues to fill in. So there will be some additional conversations of funding the overall vision of this area in phased developments over time, perhaps decades over time. But for this initial exchange, we're prepared to work within our existing resources to hit those timelines.
And if I could, does this timeline apply only to the exchange property or to all of the property that is going to be incorporated in that the plan there, the entire acreage around Sunflower?
Sure. That's a great question. So the timeline is only restrictive to the exchange property. We have a lot of work to do on the transfer of the rest of the remaining of the 2,000 acres as well. We have worked with Sunflower Redevelopment, and they will provide an access easement for us to get to that exchange site as we work on accepting the rest of the property that is coming to us.
Thank you.
You mentioned it, Jeff, but what a legacy this park can be. The people of Johnson County are obviously grateful for what JCPRD does. Their use of the parks, the consistent results that we get in surveys that give thumbs up, the national awards that you win, being the best parks and recreation district in America. And we don't say that hyperbolically, they won the gold medal. Is something that we can trust that the work that's going to be done here is going to be done correctly. And to me is worth the investment for our community because, as been mentioned multiple times, leaving something like this to our kids and grandkids as part of what we've been entrusted to do as commissioners, as public stewards, as servants. And so I'm very proud to be just a small part of that. Let's go ahead and call the motion on Commissioner Myers' motion. We'll call the vote on Commissioner Myers' motion. Did we have a second on it?
I did.
Commissioner Allenbrand got the second.
Commissioner Fast.
Aye.
Myers, aye.
Brewer. Aye.
Hanslick, aye.
Yes.
Allenbrand, aye.
Aye, that's 7 in favor, 9 against. Is that consistent with your count? Very good. Thank you so much. Thank you, gentlemen, for the presentation. We have a management report from Julie Cairns.
Thank you, Chairman and Commissioners. Tom Franzen, our county treasurer, will be retiring this Friday, March 27th. After 27 years of dedicated service to Johnson County, I'd like to invite Aaron Otto up to say a few words.
Julie mentioned, I'll speak just a little bit more about Tom and then give you all a chance and him a chance to respond here. But Tom's been with county government since February of 1999. He spent 11 years in the private sector before that. He started as our finance director for 8 years from 2002 to 2010. He was in the finance director and county treasurer that's appointed here in Johnson County from 2010 to 2020. He also serves the county treasurer and director Treasury Taxation Vehicles, TTV, from January 21 through March of 26 when that was reorganized. Throughout his career, he's exemplified the strengths of public service, public trust, and public leadership, to say the least. And I will tell you, there's so many examples, and we'll talk about some of those this afternoon as we're going to get a chance to honor Tom's service with the county, of ways that he's led initiatives that are still having a positive impact, both for our operations, but also really for the service provided to the people of Johnson County. Been super active in the County Treasurer Association, especially through a legislative committee, and you'll hear a little bit more about that coming up shortly. A lot of work on DMV issues, to say the least. Incredible person to work with through the Great Recession as we work through COVID issues. He's been a leader, and really he's been the institutional memory now as one of our longest serving department heads within his peer group on the executive leadership team for the county. So I just want to say, and I'm sure you join us in thanking him for his 27 years of service here in Johnson County. He definitely deserves our gratitude for that time and the effort he's put forward. He's leaving the place much better than he found it during his service there. So I'd like to give Tom a moment, you a moment, and Tom to come to the podium for just a moment if he has any other comments he'd like to make.
Thank you, Aaron. And Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Deputy County Manager Cairns, for the last time, I will be addressing you, and I want to thank you for the opportunity, for the recognition, and really the opportunity just to make a few very brief comments, because I know we have other things to get to today. But I want to start by saying this is a little weird. And I also want to say, it's kind of nice being up here not wearing a tie. I'm thinking I probably should have caught on to that a little while ago. Anyway, in all seriousness, I just wanted to take a moment to start by thanking the current Chairman and Board of County Commissioners for your leadership and your support over the years. I don't want to understate that. At the end of the day, your support truly matters, not only to me, but to the teams that I've had the pleasure of leading. Obviously, I'd like to also thank prior chairmen and boards of the County Commission. I've been doing this for a while, and I've seen some fantastic leadership, so I want to extend my thanks to the prior boards as well. I will just say, if you've been in public service, obviously we all are, if you've been in public service for any amount of time, not the least of which 27 years gives you those opportunities, you're going to be faced with challenges, many challenges. I'm happy to say I've had my share of challenges. It's been very interesting, but I also want to say that without the support of the teams that I've had the pleasure of leading, it would have been really difficult to address some of the challenges. So just having said that, I'm proud that I think through those challenging times, we've been able to move the county forward and do what's best for our constituents. And on the note of the employees that I've had the pleasure of serving with, I've been honored and blessed to work with so many dedicated public servants throughout Johnson County government over my time here. I'd like to thank those employees. Aaron kind of rattled off pretty quickly a number of departments that I've had the fortunate or pleasure of leading, starting with my time in the Treasurer's office under former elected Treasurer Bill O'Brien, and working my way up in the organization when given opportunities to become the finance director for the Office of Financial Management. The employees I worked with there, we did some fantastic things, and we'll talk a little bit more about that later today. Then the opportunity to go ahead and bring together different parts of the organization and create the Treasury and Financial Management Department. The employees I worked with in that department for about a decade did some fantastic work. And then the last opportunity to continue to improve the organization, creation of the Treasury, Taxation, and Vehicles Department, which I now have the pleasure of leading. I want to thank all of those employees as well, doing some fantastic work behind the scenes, not noticed and recognized, but at the end of the day, doing the work that is needed, that's appreciated and desired by our board and our community. So really wanted to thank those employees as well. Mr. Chairman, I was a lot younger man when I started this. My career led me to the county, and I never thought I would work in the public sector space. But after 27 years, and with all the rewarding experiences I've had with a number of employees, I wouldn't trade it for anything. Seriously, I would not trade it for anything. I'm proud of the service and the work that I've done for our community, and I will sincerely miss doing that work for the community after Friday. Now, I would be remiss if I did not offer my final gratitude and thanks that goes out to my wife, Terry. Without her love and support, I would not have been able to be as successful in my time here at the county as I have been. So I want to thank Terry for all that she's done to support me. And Mr. Chairman, with that, we'll talk more this afternoon, but I want to again thank you and the board and Deputy County Manager Cairns just for a few minutes to address the board and the community and thank them for all they've done to support me. I wish you all the best.
You're right, Tom. We'll talk more this afternoon, but I think your journey reflects the best that is Johnson County. When you talk about not only its progress and its changes, but from working under an elected treasurer through various departments and now into a department that provides not only superior service, but efficient processes and how that service is provided. I mean, this is the best of Johnson County. And so to be a part of all of that is quite a legacy that has not only minimized impact on taxpayers, but it has enhanced a unique quality of life. So your work there will be felt for generations to come. And I'll mention just one other a bill that's sitting on the governor's desk. people don't realize that the Treasurers Associations rely on folks like Tom to not only coordinate but to advocate into Topeka. And this has been a decades-long challenge that every county across the state of Kansas is facing. And through, in large part, to your efforts in leading treasurers from across the state, that bill sits on the governor's desk. And that's not going to only affect folks here in Johnson County and enhancing the service of TTV. That's going to affect folks across the state of Kansas. What a great legacy. Congratulations.
Thank you, Chairman.
Commissioner Ashcraft?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to build on what you were saying. The interesting thing about Tom and his tenure and his steadfast commitment to the community and the organization are the relationships that he has built up both professionally and, I will say, environmentally. The ability to get to those individuals' concerns, interests, and help them understand what the issues at hand are. We all are aware, at least on the dais, that there have been a number of questions with DMV and the evolution that has gone through. To build on what you were saying, Mr. Chairman, that's the capstone of his effort, but the subtlety of the effort to get us there is what's so important. And your experience, your dedication, but your finesse in developing and managing and promoting those relationships have been invaluable. And you will have big shoes to fill. And I wish your successor all the luck. And maybe you can get a lunch out of whoever that person is to pick your brain. So congratulations, Mr. Franzen.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll have more to say this afternoon. But
Absolutely.
Tom, thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Commissioner Allenbrand, I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to say, and I'm not going to restate everything they've said because, you know, I wrote down leadership and your organization skills of combining all that. And it is difficult working with the public. And, you know, I've handed over phone calls to you where they're literally screaming in your ear, and you've taken that with great leadership. And, you know, I'm so sad that you're leaving, but I know, just like you said, that you have a great team. And I feel like that whoever's going to step in, that we have a good team and it's all in place and we'll continue on. And Arenado, you should have been working with his wife, Terry, to stay longer. You needed a different strategy. But anyway, thank you for your service.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Very good. Thank you. Further report, Ms. Cairns?
Yes, thank you. So related, and to continue continuity of operations, interim leadership appointments are being made in accordance with Kansas law and county policy, and Aaron Otto is also going to expand upon that point.
So most of you recognize Tom actually had two titles in Johnson County. He was both Director of TTV and the appointed County Treasurer. And so my first opportunity today is to introduce one of the interim replacements for Tom, and that is our Chief Deputy Treasurer being promoted to the interim County Treasurer, and that is Greg Baldwin, and Greg's here with us today. Greg's got over 24 years of experience working within the Treasurer's office, from being the Deputy Treasurer, Chief Deputy Treasurer. He's currently works with motor vehicles, so he's seen many of the facets that take place within Treasury in the TTV space, to say the least. So we're excited to have his service and willingness, so that transition will happen tomorrow with him being sworn into that position. And then the second part is for the department head, a face that's very familiar to this board. Brent Christensen will be stepping up to be the interim department head while we would do some evaluation of the department and kind of go through a process to work on the next steps with that. So Brent's been the interim working at Human Resources. He's helped a lot with the DTI continuation of leadership there. He was the past deputy director with Tom at the old TFM, which was the predecessor to TTV. So I think he'll do a good job starting in that role on Monday. And he'll also continue to still be the financial management and administration department head. And then I also want to introduce a face that's not new to the board, but just to remind you, Amy Meeker-Burke continues to serve as our appointed county clerk and register of deeds. So between Greg and Amy, I have a lot of confidence the office will continue to run in the manner it's been run for the last number of years in a way that people Johnson County expect and a good level of performance. happy to answer any questions you might have.
All right, the last item is our SERI economic indicators for March of 2026. The latest report highlights steady, moderate growth in Johnson County. Housing market indicators show just under 500 single-family homes sold in January of 2026, up 3% from January of 2025. 135 single-family building permits were issued, which was a 5% increase year over year. And retail activity remains strong. Total retail sales reached just over $21 billion through December of 2025, which is a 4% increase compared to the same period in 2024. I want to note that labor force and unemployment data for January were not yet available at the time of reporting, but overall the data points point to continued economic stability and incremental growth in the county. Concludes my report.
We have a request for an executive session. We also have an opportunity for commissioners' comments. So we'll start with, I'm sorry, of course. And I told myself not to forget. Legislative report. Yeah, I know. Well, there's nothing going on in the legislature this week, so why would we need a legislative report? As we barrel towards the finish line in Topeka, Erin Nguyen, what can we expect?
So one day out from first adjournment. A couple of just quick things to highlight. It has been reported that the House and Senate have reached an agreement on the budget. However, as of, what time is it? 11:30 this morning, the budget explainer bill had not been published, and there's not been votes yet on the floor. However, I will say that no major county funding cuts have been identified at this time. Obviously, that is the one thing they have to do before they adjourn is pass the budget, so we'll know one way or the other tomorrow. The World Cup, in the past hour, a bundle of bills that included the short-term rental regulation, restrictions being loosened during that time period, and the ability for cities and counties to opt in to 23-hour alcohol sales during the World Cup. Those bills were bundled, and they have now passed both the House and the Senate. So to moving forward, no action needed on the short-term rentals. However, if we wanted to give, I think there's only one, but any unincorporated alcohol retailer the ability to be open for 23 hours during that strict time period, we would need to pass a resolution opting into that. And so every city will be required to do the same. So rather than opt out, it's an opt-in. The tax committee is meeting in 15 minutes. Allegedly, they keep getting pushed and pushed and pushed, but there is yet to be any substantive discussion of how they're going to meet in the middle on property tax this week, and the clock is ticking. So we are anticipating an eventful afternoon. You already talked about this a little bit, but I did want to bring Tom up to give a little bit more context and, quite frankly, take a much-earned victory lap on the passage of Senate Bill 404.
Thank you, Aaron. You thought you were done with me. You're going to get some more of me. That's right. That's right. Go back and look at the film. You're right. Thank you, Aaron, for letting me just talk briefly about something the chairman alluded to earlier in his comments. I've been going to Topeka. I was appointed treasurer in 2010. I've been going to Topeka since 2012 on an annual basis, trying to get legislation passed to help our community. And I'm really extremely pleased to update the board on what Aaron mentioned was originally Senate Bill 404, has changed into Senate Bill 325 through the conference committee process. If you recall, that's our motor vehicle fee bill. And while we intended to focus on increasing fees with a local control component, there were a few other things that were amended into the bill. And I just really wanted to make sure the board was up to speed because, as the chairman mentioned, this bill is sitting on the governor's desk, and we are excited for her to sign that bill and put it into law. So the bill, if you recall, takes a current fee that's a facility fee, actually renames it as a transaction fee, and allows that fee to be charged on more transactions, which is helpful for Johnson County and for our residents. It also adds an additional fee of up to $5 at the discretion of the Board of County Commissions approval to go ahead and provide more revenue for the operations. It also creates a motor vehicle task force to look at modernization. As we all have heard over the years, I've been talking about revenue is an element that we're missing, but we need to reimagine how motor vehicle title and registration services are provided in our community and across the state of Kansas. So I'm really excited that the legislators have seen that and said we really do need to go and try and get this to be a better process all around. So with that, just as Aaron mentioned, on the way to the governor, but just from an understanding standpoint, it went through a rigorous process with the legislators. It came through the House with a vote of 109 to 12. Okay, that is pretty much everybody on board with this is right, it's good policy, and it needs to happen now. Went over to the Senate after that, and obviously the Senate had started this process, passed their 33 to 7. So we're really excited about the legislative support. We're really excited about this bill getting signed into law, and then through the budgeting process, talking about how we can make it better for our residents here in Johnson County. This bill will be very impactful. It is something that I have been working on for quite some time, and I'm really excited to leave you with the thought that, yes, we can move on from that and we can focus on other things. So thank you. Thank you for letting me do the update on that.
Good. Okay. There'll be a substantive legislative update at a future meeting after first adjournment. So now, we do have an executive session. We have an opportunity for commissioner comments. We'll start with Commissioner Allenbrand.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I attended the Airport Commission meeting yesterday, and I want to thank Peg Trent for being there, kind of giving us a revamp of rules of order. So I appreciate you being there. And I also want to say that there was, and if anybody wants a copy of it, I'll send it to you, a discussion of event fees for World Cup. So planes that aren't part of our lease group, you know, if they're landing at the New Century Airport, it's a $500 event fee, which is reasonable. And then also, after the meeting, we also had a planning of which they're working on now, putting together a master plan, which we haven't done for over 20 years. And I'm really looking forward to this. There's several meetings going on. You'll be seeing the list of public meetings and meetings with different entities that are coming in and giving ideas and suggestions. And it's the opportunity to look at what is this airport going to look at like, in 20, years from now. So we need to be building on that because that's really important. Also, the expansion keeps going on the runway. One other thing I want to mention about this master plan also helps you with grant funding. Having a master plan, we haven't done it for over 20 years, so that's really important to get that done. And then with that, that's all I have.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Fast, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, quickly. Tomorrow is the Negro Creek Historical Sign dedication. There's also a documentary filmmaker who's doing a documentary film on the history. So that's pretty exciting, and I was able to interview with them this week.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Ashcraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two quick committee reports. Community Corrections Advisory Board met earlier this week, and several things were discussed, but the one I wanted to point out, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, I think it's tree allergies, is that they have completed what was called a time productivity study and found that for the 25 direct service personnel in the department, they spend about 73% of their time on administrative duties. Now, those aren't equated to billable hours, but it is a reflection of how much time they can give direct support to their clientele versus the administrative minutia. And that sounds rather pejorative, and I apologize, but they are using that, hope to use that to compel certain productivity improvements related to the data entry and management that is in part controlled by the state to help improve productivity throughout the organization. So I commend them for doing that work. That's what's needed in many organizations, and they've taken a big step there. Second, Mr. Chairman, the JCDS Governing Board met. Two quick points I wanted to share that their efforts to promote shared living was that their goal for the year was to bring on 10 contractors and then subsequent clients to have that done by the end of the year. Well, by the end of the first quarter, they have 5 contractors signed and 2 pending, so they are well ahead of schedule, and I commend them for their efforts. That sounds like really a win-win opportunity for individuals in the community. And I understand we will also have our joint meeting, I think that's next month.
It's coming up.
And I'm looking forward to sharing, I think Commissioner Brewer has seen it, but to see the lab that is in place, we talked about that. You visited the shell of the idea last year. It's pretty interesting, and you should enjoy it. Last, Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to share, in addition to Mr. Franzen, there is another retirement of an individual that we see behind the scenes, and I wanted to recognize him, Major Doug Wade, who actually has been here longer than Mr. Franzen, is retiring after 36 years. He's a sheriff with a major. He's a major with the Sheriff's Department, and he helps with the blue coats and the security, and is often behind the scenes. So, Doug, wherever you are, congratulations and enjoy your next career as a photographer. He's evidently quite passionate about that, so I wish him well.
Thank you. Commissioner Burr, you want to go ahead?
Thank you, Chair. Recently, I joined the MARC board as one of the alternates and the Budget and Personnel Committee, so I had my opportunity to attend those meetings for the first time this month. And a lot of business gets done, and it's fortifying to see intentional collaboration happening, not only throughout the county, but throughout the bi-state region. One thing I'll highlight is one of the things that we're doing intentionally and approved some investment funding into this at our last meeting was, if you think about the major event that the World Cup will be and the major lift around transportation, not only airport transportation, event transportation, and match transportation, but also transportation throughout the region to enjoy the amenities that we have to offer in our bi-state area. I think it's very important that we're also intentional about doing the research and the evaluation of how that's working and what are lessons we can learn going forward for mass transit solutions. So I'm thrilled to say that we're going to be doing that with some recent funding that we approved as a bi-state regional commission. So I'm looking forward to the results, and I'm appreciative of how granular they're going to be, not only by being able to look at specific areas, but not just mass transit, but pedestrian movement, alternative transportation movement. I think we're going to learn a lot of important lessons from this big event that will aid us, hopefully, not only in large events going forward, but in day-to-day. Also serve as the liaison on the library board, and at its last meeting in March this month, as we look forward to the refurbishment and the reopening of the Spring Hill Library, it's enlarging its footprint as part of the plan, which we should be doing as that community is one of our fastest growing cities in Johnson County. But we're also going to be piloting a new approach to making sure that we're as accessible as possible Today, library patrons at the Lenexa Library can pick up their items on hold after hours through a key-in or a code-in system that allows them into the atrium area. We're going to expand that opportunity at the Spring Hill Library by piloting during some daytime and some expanded evening hours. So we're also growing our evening hours, which is important for that community, through some opportunities to access the library when there's not going to be staff there, but there's going to still be access to the resources. That's really important because as you think about cost containment and you think about efficiency and you also think about meeting patrons' needs where they're at, this pilot will be a great learning opportunity for us. So I'm excited about that. And then finally, really proud of the work today of the Ad Hoc Housing Committee and that first step of being, as Commissioner Meyer has stated previously in our first meeting, very focused and very direct on some actionable items to address as we look at housing at all aspects, at all ages and stages, including for those experiencing homelessness. So happy about that work that we got done today. Thank you.
Commissioner Myers.
Thank you, Chair. Just one item today. On Tuesday, I attended a Family Safety Center presentation. It was a 3-hour presentation. It was very informative, well attended, and just kind of wait and see what comes out of that. But it was a very good presentation that took place over at the Johnson County Courthouse Assembly Room, and that's all I have today.
Thank you very much. In the interest of time, I'm going to hold my comments, but I'm going to allow Commissioner Hanslick to go first.
Thank you. I'll be brief. Thank you, Commissioner Brewer, for attending your first MARC meeting. Appreciate that. A couple of things from that MARC meeting that I think would be of interest to this board. First of all, I want to thank Commissioner Myers for being a member of the executive roundtable that looked at material recovery as part of the solid waste management program. And at the MARC meeting, we were presented with information about this new regional plan for material recovery. And the thing I think that's so exciting about it is it's really looking at diving into creating that circular economy where we aren't just looking at how to dispose of items, but how to reuse them, how to put pressure on industry to make things that can be reused and repaired rather than just thrown in the landfill. So thank you, Commissioner Myers, for being part of that. Secondly, we are heading into air quality season, and unfortunately, the Kansas City region, and that includes Johnson County, we have violated the EPA's air quality standards for the last 3 years. So we are in kind of dangerous territory because that can impact our access to federal grants and some other things. So MARC is undertaking a very robust public education campaign to help us as a community change that direction and get us back on track with our air quality. And as someone who has asthma, I really appreciate it. So that's my report.
Thank you very much. All I would like to say is to those who are celebrating either last week, this week, or next important religious milestones, Eid Mubarak to those who were ending their fast. Wish a blessed Passover, as well as a happy Easter and the Easter Triduum coming up. We do have a request for an executive session. I think there's been a request for a brief break, so we're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll come back and we'll have the executive session, and then we'll be done. So with that, we'll be in recess. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
We're going to hear a motion for an executive session from Commissioner Hanslick at this time.
I move that the board recess its open meeting and convene an executive session at 1:27 p.m. for a total period of 20 minutes for the purpose under KSA 754319B12 to discuss security measures by the County Sheriff's Office related to the physical security of a public building or facility, as discussing them in an open meeting could compromise them, and to reconvene an open session in this room at 1:47 p.m. The Deputy County Manager, County Sheriff Byron Roberson, Under Sheriff Cindy Henson, Under Sheriff Darren Schaefer, Lieutenant James Burge, and Chief Counsel will attend this discussion.
Allenbrand, second.
So moved by Commissioner Hanslick and seconded by Commissioner Allenbrand. Would the clerk call the roll, please?
Commissioner Myers.
Aye.
Commissioner Brewer.
Brewer, aye.
Commissioner Hanslick.
Hanslick, aye.
Commissioner Ashcraft.
Yes.
Commissioner Allenbrand.
Allenbrand, aye.
Chairman Kelly.
Aye, that's 6 in favor, none against. Is that consistent with?
It is.
We are back on the record out of executive session. At this time, no actions being taken. However, we're going to hear a motion for a continued executive session from Commissioner Hanslick.
I move that the board recess its open meeting and extend executive session for 10 minutes at 1:50 PM for a total period of 10 minutes for the purpose under KSA 754319B12 to discuss security measures by the county sheriff's office related to the physical security of a public building or facility, as discussing them in an open meeting would compromise them, and to reconvene in open session in this room at 2 PM. The Deputy County Manager, County Sheriff Byron Roberson, Under Sheriff Darren Schaefer, Lieutenant James Burge, and Chief Counsel will attend this discussion.
Allenbrand, second.
So moved by Commissioner Hanslick, seconded by Commissioner Allenbrand. Would the clerk call the roll, please?
Commissioner excuse me. Right here, sorry. Commissioner Myers.
Myers, aye.
Commissioner Brewer.
Brewer, aye.
Commissioner Hanslick.
Hanslick, aye.
Commissioner Ashcraft.
Yes.
Commissioner Allenbrand.
Allenbrand, aye.
Chairman Kelly.
Aye, that's 7 in favor, none against. Is that consistent with your count?
It is.
Thank you. We'll be in recess.
Where's it coming from?
Executive session, no action is being taken at this time, and absent any objection from the board, we are adjourned. Thank you all very much. Have a safe evening.